Good evening, and welcome to the St. Petersburg by Night podcasting network. Tonight, we present to you our Werewolf the Apocalypse Chronicle, Rage Across Tampa.
Welcome to another St. Pete by Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warring forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take a final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. We'll never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. My name is Kent, also known as Michikent on all social media, at least for a few more days, according to the American government, or maybe for 200 and something more days. Who knows anymore? Because it seems that the greatest issues plaguing this country are social media. Not wildfires, not deadly hurricanes, not, political corruption, not anything like that. No, it's social media. Who knew? But like I said, my name is Kent, also known as Michikent on some social media. I am the lead storyteller of St. Pete by Night, and it's Tuesday. You know what that means. It's time for Rage Across Tampa, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in the city of Tampa Bay, Florida, right across the bay from St. Petersburg, Florida, which is our World of Darkness chronicle set in St. Petersburg, Florida, our 5th edition World of Darkness chronicle featuring Vampire the Masquerade, Hunter the Reckoning, and now Werewolf the Apocalypse, which features many, many games that you could be a part of if you joined our community listed down below, our Discord community that you could be a part of. All you have to do is follow that link, and you can follow us on the remaining social medias that will exist after the upcoming purge, the few that may remain that are owned by the people who are becoming government officials in the next few months. The ones that can buy their way in. So you can follow those, whatever links still work when you're watching or listening to this in the future. So, if they still work, go follow them down below. Anyway, if you've been keeping up with our story, you know that we are ramping up to our season finale of season 2, The Hunt for Bloody Mary. And our pack has been through quite a journey on that hunt. We just had a huge trial where Aspen was brought up on charges of litany breaks, of breaking oaths, of the sacrifice of the Caern. And in a way, she was found guilty, but in a way, she was given a second chance by the Garou Nation. And in that second chance, she has been tasked with paying chiminage to the spirits, with making good with those she offended. But she has bigger things on her mind. And those bigger things include Bloody Mary, include the Tampa Camarilla. However, if she is going to overcome those obstacles, she does have to make temporary amends, at least, with some of the offended parties if she is going to have even the slightest fighting chance against those forces, because Bloody Mary is no idle threat. And if you were watching last week, you know that she has possibly more than the Garou bargained for with her on her ship out in the middle of the Gulf. But all that and more remains to be seen. This story couldn't be told just by me. It would take some pretty stellar players to make this story possible. So let's introduce those players now. Players, say hi and introduce yourselves if you please.
Hey everybody, my name's Preston. I play Aiden Goodspeed, the Arun of the Gale Stalkers.
Hi, everybody. I'm Champ, Champagne, Big Brother Edward. Still too soon? Probably. It's fine. I will be playing Aspen Weiss, Phyllodox of the Silver Fangs.
Still too soon. Hi, everybody. I'm Noree. I will be playing Malicious Jester, the Galliard of the Black Furies.
Hi, everybody. I'm Walks, and I will be playing Lucas Shaw, the Ragabash of the Shadow Lords.
For that introduction, Champ, I'm just going to rate it a welcome back. We missed you, because for those who have been keeping up, we did miss Champ. She was absent last week, but we're happy to see that you are feeling better and that you're back here with us, especially since this is the penultimate episode, a word that I did have to look up, which means the episode before the final episode. As next week will be our season finale, our episode before we do take a very small break for our Kindred Con break. But it is our season 2 finale where the Garou will face off with Bloody Mary in the final showdown. But for this episode, our pack is going to wrap up some final business before that final showdown, because who knows what they will face on that boat and who could walk away from that conflict. But tonight, our story begins in a fancy hotel near the airport. A really fancy 5-star hotel, upscale in a suite, several stories off the Earth's surface. Aspen, you find yourself in said suite, sitting comfortably at a table with 3 chairs. The table is flanked on the other side by Charles and your mentor, Matthias Morningkill, a conclave of Silver Fangs. Charles, not standing in his usual position as sentinel, as overseer, you actually did want him to attend this meeting, that this wasn't just going to be you and Matthias talking. You actually wanted him present for this. Why don't you give me an idea of your mindset going into this meeting, why you wanted this particular meeting and why you wanted Charles there for this meeting?
So after the trials that she's been through, it's come to the point where people need the Garou Nation needs to start working together to move forward and to have a new nation, if you will. But that comes with communication and laying it all out bare for each other. And even if it's uncomfortable or, there's going to be some side eyes in the situation. Charles specifically, wanting him there has to do with him speaking up, but also him seeming to want to help in this endeavor too, almost having a change of heart, change of mind, much like Aspen has kind of had through these few months. So she wants him there to support and to know as well, so he can be a part of it as well.
So looking over the scenario, you can see Matthias is very comfortable in these surroundings, and he occasionally casts a gaze over to Charles, who seems absolutely uncomfortable in this situation at the moment. He is sitting very still, extremely rigid, and seems like he'd very much prefer to be standing and definitely not at this table at the moment. He would rather be standing off to the side. He does not feel like he belongs here. It does not take an insight check to prove this, that he does not feel like he should be part of this meeting. But upon your insistence and upon Matthias's order of sorts, he is sitting very uncomfortably. But Matthias breaks the silence. Miss Weiss, so good to see you. You are looking well. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Mr. Morningkill. I hope you had a wonderful New Year and holidays.
Oh, did I? But we'll have much to talk about that, won't we, Charles? Yes. Anyway, let's talk. We have a lot to catch up on. A lot to, well, lay out on the table, I guess. First, I want to say that I have so much pride and admiration for the way you presented yourself at the trial. I know that must not have been easy, and while it is a difficult thing to have to be confronted by our consequences, you did so in a way befitting a Silver Fang, in a way befitting a leader.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And while I don't think I agreed with the decisions you made, I understand why you made them. And Charles showed me just why it was the right choice. He gave me even more confidence in that decision. If you could convince him, you could convince anyone.
Well, we all know Charles on the inside is soft and gooey.
Charles shifts in his seat, a little grumble deep in his throat. So, I understand that we had a conflict in our plans, so I think it's best that we lay out what happened in that particular instance. I understand that you were doing some reconnaissance looking for the one known as Bloody Mary, and that my meeting with Mr. Bateman over the sale of the shipping and receiving location interfered with that. Of course, that was not my intention, and had I known you were doing reconnaissance at the time, I would have gone through with it anyway. But I would
We
have...
could have helped each other out, definitely.
Indeed.
Well, first off, I do want to say I apologize for not reaching out more. I really should have. It kind of felt like we were an island here, like we were, Gondor calling for aid, and nobody was coming. It was just us here, all alone. But I appreciate you trying to rectify that.
Charles, at this point, in a low, kind of guttural, trying to mutter, says, "You can't be Gondor calling for aid if you don't light the beacons."
Very true, Charles. Very true. Well, anyways, I do appreciate you rectifying that and even being willing to have the trial commence and me being able to speak my side of what happened.
It's only right. But I do still believe penance must be paid. The spirits were offended, rightfully so. And if you do intend to go through with your plan, you are going to need their assistance. Do you have a plan for how to rectify this?
I have the ability to speak with the spirits and do a bit of a rite of contrition. A little nervous onto how that looks since it's such a wide scale offense, but it has us starting somewhere, so there is that.
Very well. Do you have a point of contact with them? Because it is quite unlikely that they will be wishing to speak with you directly.
We have Eliza. Eliza's great with the spirits. I know of a few within the area, and I could talk to some of the pack and talk to Eliza about getting with one specifically, or the best plan of action for that.
And what about rebuilding efforts? You don't have a cairn, so even if you are to continue forward with the attack, you have no point of retreat should it go poorly. What about that?
Well, I did talk to you recently about a possible cairn out in the parks.
Yes.
We have plans for that. So it's a bit unorthodox the way we would be building the cairn there. It would just be us and possible stargazer ritual to erect that cairn.
Matthias furrows his brow. A stargazer ritual to erect the cairn.
Full disclosure, yes, and there is, I want to say potential if we go through with it, but if we do go through with it, our spirits, the ones who erect the cairn, will be sentinels within this area far beyond our death, is how it's been relayed to me.
That is unorthodox. Also quite suspicious. But that is also very forthcoming of her. To know the catch so clearly. That seems like something that would be hidden in the small print of a contract.
I understand that stargazers aren't looked upon very well, but she's always been honest and open with us about what she thinks and how she can help.
I've always valued your opinion on such things. What do you think about this whole arrangement? Why does this arrangement seem like a good idea to you? A worthwhile prospect?
It's out of the way. I mean, just from surface level, it's out of the way. It's not known by our enemies, which of course is for the best. We would have a deep connection with it, which would hold our connection here within Tampa, and spiritually, I think it would do well for us. I think certain opinions would be interested to continue the fight after death. I don't know if I'm of the same opinion, but if that's what needs to happen to make sure this place thrives, it's a sacrifice.
Is it a sacrifice you're willing to make?
Honestly, I haven't had a whole lot of time to think about it other than just logically. We've been hit by one thing and then another, and it's not really been... I've not let myself delve into the emotional side of that.
Do you even have time to delve into the emotional side of that?
First moon of the new year, so I've got a couple weeks. A week, maybe?
So no.
Not exactly, no.
Removing yourself from the situation as an objective observer. If someone were to bring this situation to you as a lawyer, what would you advise them?
Well, it'd be strange for a lawyer to advise on this, but
For example,
think...
if it were a home purchase or a business investment, and they had a limited timeline, a rush to purchase,
I would say it's hasty, and for it to be such a permanent thing with no options of moving or making a home somewhere else, because at that point it would be permanent. It is a bit hasty to jump into something of that nature, but if you are stern on that being your best option, you're feeling very concrete in that it would be successful and be something that you would not regret in the future, that would be up to the individual.
You're also not being given an option to look, or an opportunity to look for other options either. You're being told, this is your option, and you only have this time to take it up.
Right. Is problematic. Part of me would love to do it the old-fashioned way. I love the area and the place, and I think it's much more beneficial to us. I'd love to do the Caern the old-fashioned way, but I think we're kind of low on resources at this point.
I don't like the optics of it either. We just got through one trial, talking about how this was viewed by the nation at whole. The reputation of the area isn't good. It didn't start out well to begin with. Many viewed it as a lost cause to begin with. You started to change that reputation. Then the situation changed again with the decision that was made. This decision could change that even more. It is not going to help the overall perspective of the situation to take this unorthodox decision. It might not help bring even more support to the area. All it might do is bind you to an area permanently alone.
I understand all of that.
Do you
have do you have suggestions for other options? I think that's what got me in trouble the last time, is you gave your advice but not suggestions of other options.
Fair. You could. We could bring in other theurges. We could scout out other locations. This place has other locations of power from the past. Obviously, there was a thriving sept here once before, with other cairns. Now, to be fair, those cairns were rooted out and destroyed. That being said, if you are successful in your endeavor of toppling the forces of the leeches here, the knowledge of those cairns will go with those forces. Therefore, those places of powers and their locations will be forgotten, will be lost. Then they could be recovered, reopened, reawakened. So, you could use one of those places of power again, and they could be hidden again. There are also rites and rituals that could help obscure those places. With the help of theurges from other septs, and with getting the good nature of the spirits again, they will help protect and ensure the safety of those places. They will help obscure those places. If you get on their good side, they'll make sure they're protected and safeguarded. And the more forces you bring to the area, they will become better defended. Getting the goodwill of our growing nation will rebuild the security of the area. It won't be instantaneous. That's true. It will be a long process. It's not a fast solution, but I do believe it is a longer lasting solution. We're looking to build something for the future, not for the immediate present. So I believe if you are looking to build something that is going to last not just now, but beyond us, for the long fight ahead, it's best to avoid the immediate solution.
But that does bring us back to your initial question. Where do we retreat to now that we don't have a cairn? Because the cairn is not going to be built in enough time for us to have a place to go until the leeches are taken care of.
That is a fair point. If I were looking at the situation in its current state, I would say strategically, you are not in an ideal position to strike now. With the loss of the cairn, now is not a good time to attack the forces of the leeches. But they are also not in an advantageous position either. They have been selling off major assets. You struck them hard in their food sources. They are off balance as well. So perhaps neither of you are in a position of strength. Neither of you have the upper hand. So perhaps you are on equal footing at the moment. I can't say for certain. What I can say for certain is, one way or another, this Bloody Mary is a very strong opponent. And without reliable use of your gifts, I'm not certain you'll be able to withstand her assault. They do not rely on spirits like we do. At the very least, if you are intent on striking at her, you have to come to some accord with the spirits. If you are intent on going forward with this plan, Caern or no, you have to at least come to some temporary accord with them. even if it is only temporary, to buy you the time to fulfill your plan until a cairn can be built. It is a short-term measure. I believe with her out of the way at the very least, that will buy you some more time to consider what you wish to do with the cairn. As far as the retreat, Georgia being the nearest sept, I believe you'd have enough time, if things go poorly, to make it to that sept, considering the instability of the city and the leeches currently. I think you could make a reasonable retreat to Georgia moderately safely with the forces that are here currently. If you could recruit some of those that are still in town, considering the strength of the forces that are still in town, you could convince Duncan or perhaps Miss Pelfrey to stay. I think they could help with your retreat to cover your path to Georgia.
Okay, I can talk to them and see if they'd be willing to help. Absolutely.
I can also lend you some of my resources to get you out of the city quickly if you needed to.
I think the most advantageous thing to do is to strike while they're unsteady. And I fear that if we get stable, then they also have time to get stable.
That is true.
And we lose our chance.
That is true.
I think we're planning pretty soon, hence the reconnaissance we were doing, to take her out if possible. We just have to find her again.
Well, that being said, I was speaking to your Shadow Lord, who chose to come see me last week. He had some queries of his own. The building I purchased, the shipping and receiving building, it has some very sturdy old bones, and I picked up all of the resources that came with it, including all of the computers, everything that came with the business. Now, of course, I can only assume that they cleared a lot of the files, anything that may have been confidential, but we are in league with the spirits and they are not. If you can make an accord with the spirits, perhaps if you have someone skilled enough, they may be able to find out some of the old information, may be able to learn some of the secrets that they wish to remain hidden. You might be able to locate her, or at least some of her assets. But again, you will need to make good with them. Otherwise, that information will not be reliable, or they will not be so forthcoming. But the building will be at your access, of course.
I appreciate that, Matthias. So I guess first things first is make good with the spirits, and then find where the leech is, and worry about the cairn when it comes.
If you can buy yourself the time to worry about the cairn, yes.
I'm still going to bring it up with the rest of them if this is something they really want to do. It is my prerogative as the leader to make sure that they get what they want as well.
I just think you should consider every angle. It does sound very appealing, I'm sure, and I know that you have had a lot of time to endear yourself to Eliza, to the Stargazer. But if there's a takeaway from the trial, you've never been alone. No matter how alone you've felt. We just didn't know you needed us.
Fair enough. As far as everything on the table, I know you've been buying up property. Obviously, we've talked about that. I'm well aware of that. Lucas wants to mingle in the less affluent parts of Tampa in case there is a power vacuum after the leeches are gone. And I don't know if that's the most advantageous. He did say something about a snag I still have to talk to him about, but I wanted to get your opinion on that.
Oh yes, he told me. He even offered to be my assassin. Or at least to do my dirty work.
Interesting. Okay.
There is a benefit to having someone keeping an eye on the underground. There is a strong underground presence here. This is a major shipping port, which is why I invested heavily in it. But it extends far beyond this area. Miami, other locations. They even find means along the coastline, St. Petersburg, other places to bring in product. It is not just the port of Tampa. I've started here, but there are other locations that they can find influence. That is going to be a big undertaking. I see the wisdom in what he is wishing to do. I hope his ambition isn't too large for his ability. If this is something he wishes to do, he should start with the trunk, if you get my meaning.
Understood. Baby steps.
Yes.
It's just
It is a
getting...
slow thing, and it is a big thread to pull. This city, as Miss Pelfrey and myself have come to learn, is connected to the greater whole of the Leech organization. It has ties to one of their main epicenters. And what we have been doing, what we are starting to do, has the potential to strike nerves and gain much larger attention, which is why we have been moving delicately, carefully, and with more economical means. Why didn't we kill Bateman? That was one of the questions I could see in his eyes when he was meeting with me. Why not just attack him while we were at the port? Why? Because Bateman is connected to a man named Ballard. Ballard is a high-ranking Leech associate in Chicago. Chicago is one of the Leech strongholds, I suppose, where Anna Pelfrey is from. She has lived there a great long time, longer than even I have been a guru. They have a treaty there, the guru and the Leeches, a non-conflict agreement. It is a tenuous agreement at best. But they know that Ballard has some sway there. Needless to say, it could draw eyes here. Eyes you don't want here.
If we took care of Bateman, you mean?
If we were to outright aggressively attack Bateman out in the open, if we were to show a immediate show of strength without proper fortification before we were ready for the attention it would bring. That's why I wanted to make sure we had everything in position. That's why I wanted to make sure we were ready for the fallout. Remember when I said, as soon as the pieces start crumbling, others are going to sweep in to buy up or to take the positions. That's what I'm talking about. If Bateman falls, Ballard will come in to take control. They don't care for one another like we do. They don't have a pack mentality. They have a carrions mentality. They will pick the bones off the corpse faster than it will take time to decay.
Then after Mary, I'll talk to Anna, and if we could get some of your help. We're going to take care of Bateman.
Of course.
And however we need that to happen, we'll work together and make sure that that happens.
Speaking of which, in the forthcoming nature, I had a little party for New Year's, and I needed a little extra security. So I brought along Charles and Jester. Mr. Bateman made an appearance at the party. I have to commend Miss Jester for her resolve. She made a good showing, and she presented a good face. She also was able to show tact and subterfuge, not revealing her nature, not revealing her true identity. She could be a very useful asset to you in the future for gathering reconnaissance. We already have a good inroad with him, and now she has established a point of contact. Could be something useful to you. You, unfortunately, are very known by him. She is not so much. He has already started to forget her. She is past business in his mind.
I mean, you don't worry that he may recognize her from before.
Not him. The other one, maybe. But there has been a lot of time since then. But we're aware of that, and it's something to be aware of as well. But it's something to consider.
I definitely will consider it if you don't think it could be a potential problem. I think who better than Jester? I think she, well, we have personal issues with him.
Understood. Charles thought it was a good test for her in the work she's been doing lately, and she performed admirably. Charles shifts in his seat a little bit. I have been teaching her that there is an importance to the appearance we show our enemies. If we show them weakness, they take advantage of it. She did very well.
Well, then I guess her staying with you is for the betterment of both of you.
She read the sticky notes.
Good. Interested to know all of those sticky notes, but we'll save that for another day. Matthias, before we wrap everything up, are you planning to stick around at least until we can potentially deal with the Bloody Mary situation? I'm going to be asking the rest of them.
Do you want me to stick around?
Always.
And what would you want me to do?
Well, who knows what's going to happen? Who knows if we can even find her? You being around to help make sure things go off smoothly. On the outside, we'll do all the inside work, but just making sure that the outward eyes don't get suspicious.
Aspen, are you asking me to oversee your attack on Bloody Mary?
Yes.
Then I accept.
Good. Good. Also, Charles.
Miss Weiss.
You've been here for some time, and you've been helping Matthias, but Matthias seems to have a handle on everything, especially with the rest of his people around. So I think it is about time for you to officially become a part of this pack, yes?
I suppose it is, yes.
Well, good. I'll make sure to let the others know that you are welcome within our ragtag group. Officially, of course.
As you say. Perhaps it won't be ragtag for long.
Well, with you around, I'm sure you'll get them all into shape. With the sticky notes, of course.
I'll teach Aiden to read.
I'm sure he'll love that.
He gives the smallest smile, like a tiny, minute curl of the corner of his lip. Shall we go then?
I'd say so, yes.
I'll give you a ride. Uncle? Matthias studies Charles for a moment before looking back to you. Miss Weiss?
Mr. Morningkill, thank you for all your advice and help.
Time is a valuable thing. We are not like the leeches. We don't have an endless amount of it. I understand the appeal of the Stargazer's offer. An instant solution is very appealing when we feel like our time is so limited. But what you are giving up, from the sounds of it, is eternity. You are making the leech's bargain in this. Consider that.
Understood. Thank you.
He stands up, gives you a smile, and Charles and you depart, heading towards the door and down towards the car. Is there anything you wish to say to Charles as you're riding the elevator down?
Yes, while we're in the elevator, I'm gonna look over to him. Well, as part of the pack now, I think I should be getting one of those sticky notes.
Charles reaches into his suit pocket and reveals a sticky notepad and a pen. And he starts to write on the pad the and then pulls off the sticky note and passes it over to you. And it just says, "I will follow you."
She smiles at it, folds it up, puts it into her purse. Let's go kill a leech soon, huh? Get you some fun.
It's been a while. What's going through Aspen's mind now after this meeting with Matthias and Charles?
It's really nice to be able to have somebody to bounce ideas off of and to really like openly and strategically talk about what she's been bouncing in her head for months and going through kind of on her own until she talks to the pack, but it's always constantly in the back of her head. So having another person is wonderful. As far as the Cairn goes, she's back and forth. In her head, she doesn't want to do it. She has a future that she wants for herself. But if the pack wants it, that's something to consider.
We transition now from one meeting to another. It's a meeting of Galliards, of storytellers, one of the past and one of the present. Malicious Jester, you asked for a meeting with Anna Eyes of the Sun Pelfrey, a Galliard of the Ghost Council of the Sept of Jupiter from Chicago, a Galliard of some renown who has been present in Tampa as of late, partially for the trial of Aspen Weiss, partially for the dealings of Matthias Morningkill, but also partially to investigate Edward Bateman, it seems, as you have come to know through your time at the New Year's party assisting Charles. So in this meeting that you requested, partially as payment for your assistance at the New Year's party, partially just simply as a fun time between Galliards, as a favor between moons, you are meeting for coffee down at the Riverwalk in Tampa. So Anna meets with you down at the Riverwalk. You both have a latte or some tea, your drink of preference, and you find yourself sitting down on a bench down by the Riverwalk. It's starting to get cool in the air, but you come in the late afternoon, so the sun is still keeping things fairly warm before the cold air starts to take over in the evening. And you find a nice bench. There are a few people walking occasionally down the Riverwalk, but for the most part, people have retreated as it starts to get closer to evening, as it is a little bit too chilly for the local residents of Tampa. Anna sits beside you looking out at the river, still dressed in a very nice kind of formal wear suit. Her hair done up in a bun, spectacles on. Miss Jester, you wish to meet?
Yes. Do I have to just say Eyes of the Sun altogether, or can I say Eyes or Sun?
Eyes works.
Eyes. All right. Well, I do thank you for actually sitting down to meet with me. Figured we could share some stories. Also, I would like your advice as knowledge as a member of the Ghost Council on an issue I've been having over the last few months.
Of course.
Issue.
Where would you like to begin?
Well, that one kind of starts with a story, so I guess I'll start telling stories and we can talk about it.
Very well.
This has to do with Ryder, the previous leader of the Sept of the Weeping Willow, the old one. We We met when he was in the throes of Hoglosk, and ended up doing a job for him where we attacked a power plant. I don't know if you've heard any of this.
I did a bit of research before coming here. I do know bits and pieces.
Okay, well, there were supposedly there were leeches at that power plant that were holding humans that they were feeding from, or I guess part of their whole little system of food. We went in, we attacked, we found about 25 people in a comatose state below the power plant. We killed the leeches, except for one which Ryder took. And in the end, even though we had tried to prevent him from doing it, he blew up the power plant. And my people that I had been working for on activism, well, Bateman found a trail to them and arrested them and had me named a terrorist.
I did read the legal briefings on that whole trial. Did seem like a bunch of propaganda. Far too swift for any legal proceedings I knew of.
Yeah, well, I think I was already in that particular law firm's sights, and this was just killing two birds with one stone for them, I guess. Trying to get to us, and at the same time getting rid of a group that's been harassing one of their clients.
Well, Miss Jester, it is a tale I have heard many times over when you go up against entities such as Endron and Pentex and other corporations that are in league with the worm or the leeches. These things tend to happen. I'm sorry that you had to deal with it so intimately.
I'm rambling a bit, but as this went on for months, I was pretty desperate. As you know, Black Furies don't like to sit and wait. Kind of drives us crazy. And I was pissed at Ryder that time, but after listening to Aspen, I decided to follow her advice and try to find a way that we could come to terms with each other. It was a fist fight, but at the end I told him I'd be okay with him if he helped any way he could to help my friends as well as teach me how to fight better. And then he presented the idea of breaking them out of jail that night, and I took him up on it.
He appealed to your rebellious nature.
And he had an active plan of action I could take. Something instead of just sitting there. It didn't go well. Mary killed him. My friends got out, though. And after, as penance, Aspen had me experience some of his memories of fighting Mary and what he went through with the old sept to realize, like, what he had been through and what we could have lost. Except those memories didn't go away. And in fact, it wasn't just those memories, it was all his memories and all his feelings. And they're still here. He's here a lot. I could say he's like a thought away almost. We talk a lot. Apparently, he decided to come back from whatever afterlife he went into because the person he was looking for wasn't there. And so now he's been sticking around with me for months. It's not so bad because, like, I can call on his strength when I need it. It's weird. And sometimes, like, his knowledge. But at the same time, sometimes our memories get mixed up on the edges that I don't know who is who sometimes.
I see. I have a few questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Why do you think it went badly? The escape.
He died.
And what's bad about death?
There weren't many of us here in the first place, but also I would have liked, I guess, for him to have found another way to redeem himself besides dying to marry.
This rider was an Aroon, yes?
He was.
An Aroon in the throes of Hoglosk.
Yeah.
An Aroon who had once been a sept leader who had watched the fall of their sept. An Aroon that had, well, in a way, dishonored themselves by killing many innocents. One who had seen their renown take many, many disparaging hits over many years. Death can be a very sorrowful thing that we do mourn, but it isn't always a bad thing. Regaining one's honor and sacrifice is also something that we can celebrate. His sacrifice allowed your success. His sacrifice allowed you and your friends to be freed. Is it possible there were other avenues? Maybe. But there was no guarantee of success in those other avenues. And there's no guarantee there wouldn't have been more death in those other avenues. We can look back at these events and say maybe, could've, would've. But that one death may have spared 5 others. So when you look back at that event, don't think that it went badly. That is a disgrace to his sacrifice. Honor the sacrifice he made. We, Ghost Council, don't look at death as a bad thing. It is a sorrowful thing, but it is also a celebration of life. Life is only meaningful because it ends, but also it is just a transition into the next chapter. It is a transition into what lies beyond. Now, from what you've described, it seems Ryder has taken on a very interesting next chapter. He hasn't quite fully accepted what lies beyond. Part of what you have described is a rather interesting condition known as the Rite of Ancestors. Usually attributed to an individual or an object, it is something that is passed on through generations. Do you possess a certain relic or item that belonged to him or something of importance?
Yeah, before he died, he passed me his clave and the legacy that came with it
I
from
see.
the sept.
So when you say you harness his strength, this strength may come from this item or relic. The legacy you talk about. Likely not just the strength of him, but the strength of him and those that wielded it before him. But the memories, the feelings, the emotions, the conversations. My dear, you have a ghost. On top of this ancestral bond between you and Ryder, there is an attachment, a greater attachment, an attachment of unfinished business. While you say Ryder might not have found what he was looking for beyond, it's more likely that he isn't done with this place yet. Such is often the state of those that do not pass on to the Shadowlands. Those that do not meet their just reward. So if he is still staying around, if he is still inhabiting you, if you are still feeling his feelings, conversing with him, being possessed by him, it's because there is something still undone, something he has not completed yet. And once it is completed, then he will pass on. The ancestral gift he is given, a part of him will always remain. But these feelings, these emotions, these memories, they will go with him when his business is concluded.
I think I have an idea of what the business is.
And what do you think that is?
It's Mary.
Well, many a rune have a score to settle with the ones that killed them. We cannot say I'm surprised by that.
He fought her 3 times and lost each time. Well, kind of the end I don't count as a loss, really. Like, he took her arm, she took his arm. He died, but she ran, so that was kind of an even thing.
An unsatisfying conclusion.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he's satisfied with it. I'm not really either. And I am grateful to what he did to help my friends, so I planned on killing her anyways for him. With my pack. I'm not doing that alone. That's ridiculous.
That will likely put him to bed, put him to ease, put him to rest.
Could be good. He deserves some rest.
Indeed. Like I said, death isn't a bad thing. We all experience it. It is natural. Part of what we fight in the leeches is their refusal to accept it, their resistance against it. It's unnatural to exist the way they do beyond death.
Yeah. Do you think the same thing of ghosts too?
Ghosts are... they're a little more complicated. They come in a variety of ways. Ghosts and spirits have a lot of similarities, but a lot of differences as well. There are different types of ghosts. Some are harmful, but some can also teach. For example, some transition into spirits. They find another purpose. Some of the spirits that we commune with were once living things that became spirits. So in a way, they could be considered ghosts, though they're not classified as such. So do I think they're unnatural? Not necessarily. But I suppose it's the purpose that they serve. Ghosts, the more unnatural ones, or as we classify them, wraiths, they tend to have a more harmful purpose because they interfere with the natural balance. And that is because of their unfinished business. Now, as Ghost Counsel, I try to help them conclude their business as quickly as possible so as to interfere with the natural order as little as possible. But they do have a great deal to teach as well. And there's a great deal that we can learn from them.
Sure, they have a lot of stories.
Oh, most certainly. I do enjoy talking to the ancestors of the past. They are a much better conversationalist than the politicians of the present, I'll tell you that much. Talking with Mr. Morningkill and all of his associates and business partners has been trying and exhausting.
Oh, I bet politicians aren't. Politicians tell the worst kind of stories.
There's a reason I retreated from it many years ago, but what Mr. Morningkill is attempting to do, and what it seems that your burgeoning sept is attempting to do, it's inspirational.
Do you think it's needed?
As do I. If the ways of old worked, we wouldn't be on the cusp of apocalypse.
No, we wouldn't. But I'd be happy to give you a break from politicians and actually just share stories. Things happened here. Maybe you could tell me things that have happened in Chicago.
There are a great many stories about the things that happened in Chicago. There is one story I cannot tell. It is not my story to tell. But you should ask Lucas. He has a very, very interesting story from Chicago. Maybe he'll tell it to you one time, if you push him hard enough.
About how he got banished? Because he kind of told that story right at the beginning. It was pretty open with it.
I'm glad. That shows growth. I'm happy to share the stories of my sept. We have been through much. We have seen much. We have learned much. We've made our fair share of mistakes as well. The War of Chicago, that in and of itself, is one of our greatest errors. But that
We have
is a very long story.
Well, in return, I'm happy to share the few stories we have of our sept, and honestly, of the old one. The good thing about having writer's memories is I've been doing digging and compiling stories from the old sept because I think they were lost before.
As a Galliard, it is our duty not just to remember the stories of the past, but to write the story of the future. You have songs still to sing and to write. I have heard about your struggles as of recent. Charles has been uncharacteristically verbose about you.
Figures the one thing he'd talk about when being all stoic is to talk about my problems.
I have that effect on people.
It's been difficult. Okay, it's been worse than difficult. I almost lost. But I have my pack, and they helped me. Charles has helped me, and I am getting better. I feel like I am getting to the point that I'm ready to heal.
You are the drum. You set the beat that the pack marches to. You are the song. You are the heartbeat. Without the heartbeat, the pack dies.
You are not the only one that said that recently.
Every experienced guru knows this.
Funnily enough, it was, well, yeah, Charles has said it, but it was Elaine, my best friend. She said it too.
Now that's surprising.
This has been a recent thing for her. She's come to learn things.
A quick study.
She was always the smart one.
They will be there for you in your moments of pain. But you must continue to beat. You must continue to drum. You must continue to push through. I know pain. I know loss. I watched many companions die. Many that I revered in the War of Chicago. I myself almost fell victim to Hirano. But I pushed through. And I continued to beat. And even when I retreated from guru politics, it wasn't to fall into Hirano. It wasn't to give up. It was to focus on what was important. Keeping the culture of the guru thriving. Not to worry over petty squabbles of territory or political nonsense. It was to keep the stories, the history, to unlock the secrets and the knowledge. Keep drumming, keep beating, keep singing. No matter what they throw at you, as long as you keep the beat going, you will not fall.
I will.
Very good. So, let me tell you a story. This is a story about a leech who thought that the best way to rule was to have too many children. And with that, we transition to our next scene. Best friends. Since her first change, she would teach him how to be human. He would teach her how to accept being Guru. She wouldn't know that this might be the last time that they would spend together. He had to hope that this wouldn't be the last time they would spend together. As they go into this meeting to catch up, to check in, what's going through both of your heads? Aiden, we'll start with you.
There's a lot weighing on Aiden as things are coming closer and closer. The conversation with Charles, he wants to bring out. He wants to tell people about the things that he has learned, but he can't. The clave that was created, trying to keep that part down while going into this talk is going to be difficult, because he's very excited about anytime Aspen gets anything from him. He's always very excited to give it to her, whether it even a clave or the beating heart of a fresh kill. Anything along those lines, he's very happy to do. And he has to stay so reserved with a lot of the things that are going on, because what the White Wolf told him is that the one thing he wants to tell her, he really can't. That's the biggest thing, that if she knows what's going to happen, it's going to be harder on her and can impact the future. That's the one thing that he just wants to tell her about, but he can't.
And Aspen.
Aspen is actually coming from like a much more logical, okay, let's get some stuff done, but also like, let me hang out with my friend because everything's been real heavy. So let's have a good time. And she's like, I'll talk to him about like the spirit that he knows and just like about how ridiculous the trial was just in general. And yeah, just have a good time.
So where are you doing or having this hangout?
I would say we'd probably go out to the to the potential new Cairn just to kind of check it out, especially since there's the potential of the spirit thing.
All right, so going out to the clearing surrounded by the copse of trees. It's a little chillier out there. The temperatures have definitely dropped, but you're out there during the day, so the sunlight is hitting that open clearing, keeping the ground warm, at least warmer, settling around the high 60s. So it's pleasant, and the trees block the breeze enough to keep it nice and warm there to make it a pleasant day for you as you were out there during the day. And the scene is yours.
What is this? When did this get here? And she like pushes the swing.
I built that. My two hands did that. Oddly enough, I was up in the tree fastening that last knot, and I saw Duncan, point over towards like the edge of the clearing over there, which was surprised by, happy, confused. So yeah, been up here a week-ish, I think. Pretty good, right?
Yeah, it looks nice. Why, though?
Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't really tell you that part. So Eliza and I came out here one day because she wanted to see it 'cause she hadn't been here for a bit. But she was talking about how there's only one other place where she's had like this feeling, this connection, and that was on a porch swing back home. I can't take her back home, but I thought to help her feel more home, I would build her a swing. They're more complicated than I thought. Because a porch swing didn't make sense to me, but we've been to parks and stuff, so I understood what a swing is. I think it's something like this. So, yeah. Just to kind of another thing, she's done a lot for us, and I've already apologized for the whole contrition thing, but I still feel really bad about it. I'm trying to make up, even though she said that we're good. I don't quite feel that way yet, so I think this helps a little bit. I haven't showed it to her yet, though.
Well, I'm sure she'll love it. I mean, it's not a porch swing, but it's a great swing. It's great. I'm sure she'll love it.
Why would a porch swing be different than a swing other than the whatever a porch is?
You know what a porch? Okay, a porch swing goes on a porch, but it's fine. It's fine. It swings. It does the same thing. She'll love it. It'll be great. She's gonna think it's fantastic, I'm sure.
Yeah. First swing ever. I like building little nests and caves and traps and stuff, but this shouldn't like fling her off anywhere, I think.
That's good. That's good because, it'd kind of be like double-edged sword if you're like, here's my apology, and then end up making her like break a hip.
Yeah, no, that she's Guru. Should bounce right back.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, overall this is the kind of the place. The area itself, like I said, pretty secluded. It's way out here. I know Artie's not gonna be a huge fan, but we'll have to get that figured out.
We'll make it work. It'll be fine. Yeah. I mean, anyways, we'll talk about that with the group together about the whole Caern building thing, because that's a whole but anyways,
mean
I was well, binding your spirit to this place forever after death, and continuing to do the good fight for the rest of forever. And what that means, and also what that means for the nation, and what that means for our allies, and what that means for the secrets, and people don't like stargazers, and that's a whole thing. And then I got to go back to Matthias and be like, hey, we did the Caern thing that you advised was silly. And then, anyways, I'm rambling, but it's a lot. There's a lot to it.
But didn't we already all say that we were okay with doing it? Or did I imagine that?
Yeah, no, yeah, we did. I just want to make sure everybody's still on the same page.
Oh, okay. All right. That's fair.
You good with that?
I told you I'll follow you anywhere. That means standing as a tree forever.
But do you want to be a tree forever?
My as long as I get to do the things as a guru to the point, being a tree doesn't sound too bad, and the view's relatively nice here, so.
Okay. I mean, if you're still okay with that, then that's great.
I don't really have any issues with it overall. I haven't really put too much thought into it, really. But that's for later and after things, so.
Like a week or two away. So, you should put some thought into it.
Okay. Yep, I'm good.
Okay. I guess that works. You did say there was a like a spirit you met around here, right?
Yeah.
What were they like? Go into more detail. Explain it to me.
Well, they're small, and you'll kind of look around to see if there's any of them around. She's small and she's mean. She's white, and she will call you names, but she is helpful, kind of in a mean, meaning, makes you feel this big way.
Okay, good to know. So, what type of spirit?
Wolf?
Okay. Anything else other than that? Like just wolf spirit?
Wolf spirit. I don't really know too much more. She won't even tell me their name.
Well, good. That was my next question because that would have made things a whole lot easier. But
I
I
got
could
the first letter, which I think was an E.
E. Okay, I can work with that. I can do my best with that.
Yeah. Do you want to talk to her?
That's the plan. Unless Eliza can offer anything better, I think what I'm gonna do is try and talk to them and see if there's any beseeching we can do on the spirit side of things to try and at least make things cordial before we go attack the big old Bloody Mary.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I've heard from some of the others that they try and do different things have been difficult. Um, if not, I can reach out to Terrance, see if he has any ideas too. He's a little bit of ways, but I think he's got some decent pull with them now. He's been working with spirits for a while now.
I mean, I think anything will help for sure if he has any ideas, but I don't know how much he's gonna do all the way over there when we've kind of pissed off the spirits here. It's not, I mean, I'm sure they talk, but I don't know how much they all talk. I don't think he's gonna send like a pigeon spirit over here to be like, hey, those guru, they're all right.
That would be helpful though. Like if that was a thing, it might be a thing.
You could ask him. I don't know. I'd be
You know what?
interested to know.
I will. I will at some point. I'll reach out to him, and I'll see what I can find out.
All right. Ask him about a pigeon, see if he could send one.
Okay. I'll ask him about the really annoying pooping birds.
Good. It'll work really well with the really mean wolf.
Ooh. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I got some messages that I want sent.
Well, don't piss him off more. That's the opposite of what we're trying to do. So,
Okay. All right. I'll play nice.
but hopefully I can get it figured out at least enough for us to be full force for the whole Bloody Mary thing.
Yeah. How you doing with like? You feel okay about? I know the whole trial thing happened, so you probably have that you're trying to deal with. And now we have this thing with Mary. Are you doing all right? Because your plate, plate's the metaphor, right? Is getting more and more on it.
Not any different than what it's been for the last several months. We kind of figure out one thing and then another thing happens and we just kind of do that back and forth. Seems to be kind of what we do here. So I'm okay. The trial happened, so at least that's out of the way and I have a direction of where to go, helping re-establish those relationships the best I can. I know it's going to be a lot of work, but I'm
Yeah, well,
got somewhere to
yeah, it's
go.
you.
Put far too much faith in me.
I think I could put more if I had it. I've already put 100% in, and I've learned that Artie said 100% is the most, so I've already done that. But if I could, I would. But as far as additional efforts, I talked to Duncan after the trial. Him and I were just speaking briefly. He gave me some ideas on the whole Mary thing. You remember when you and I went on that hunt out at Lettuce Lake, and we ended up coming across the alligator?
Mhm.
Um, and how at first when we were both trying to go at it at the same time, it wasn't benefiting, that we had to change our tactics, where one of us was defending and the other was attacking, and it got to the point where you had its attention and I was able to roll it over, exposing the weak point.
Right.
Duncan was saying to do that with Mary is going to be beneficial, but it's instead of like a gator, it's going to more like hunting a bear. Multiple different angles, attack and defend. I asked him if he would help, but he brought up that me saying that is good, but he needs to hear it from you. I'm not the leader. He needs to hear it from the leader that we would like some assistance from him. He said that he'd be more than willing to do so. He has to hear it from you.
That's fair, I think. I should be the pack leader or sept leader, reaching out, doing the whole thing, I know. I appreciate you asking, though. I do plan on talking to all of them. I think they're all going to be beneficial in their own way. I've talked to Matthias. Matthias said he would stick around, help where he can. Why do
Cool.
you dislike him so much?
I don't like how sometimes he talks down to you. I don't like that. He needs to treat you as a superior, at least equal, but a superior, because you're way better than he is. It's just something about it. I think it's just that whole instinct thing. I think it's just that day he stepped over me when we were at that moot and he just brushed me off like nothing. That just kind of set the precedent that we're going to get along for your sake, and that's about the extent of it.
Understood. I'm the only Silver Fang you like, or will ever like. I get it.
Charles
Also,
is
you
getting there.
Well, that's good, because that took a while. But he is my superior, right? Like, he's my mentor. He taught me what I know.
Right.
We're not exactly like equals. He's a mentor to me. He does have like a higher station in my mind and in most people's minds.
Yeah, but those other people don't matter to me. So
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll take it.
yeah, in my mind, you're the best. You're up here. Matthias is below. I'll be nice. Below you and everyone else that I'm aware of.
All right. I'll keep that to myself. I'll make sure he doesn't know that.
Yeah, don't tell him. He does have pull, so I'd still like being part of the nation, but just between
Probably
you and
for the
I.
best. Yeah, we'll pretend like you guys are best friends for sure. That
Sure.
he won't see through that at all, I'm sure.
No, I'm great at lying.
Yes, you are, Aiden. Great liar.
Yeah.
I learned it from you.
Among other things, correct. Yes.
But with the whole fighting a bear thing, don't say I particularly like the metaphor, but so what if there's more people there? What if she's got other, I don't know, minions, the weird square face guy?
Well, that's where Duncan said he'd step in. He would either provide a distraction to try and get her thralls away. That way we can he'll focus and take care of them, and then we can take care of Mary, because her whole thing is going to be trying to separate us. That's going to be her thing, because one-on-one she's going to beat any of us, but with the rest of us all focused on her, she can't defend all the way around. I don't care how good of a fighter you are, one of us are bound to get a hit. But we just got to make sure that we don't get separated. That's going to be the biggest thing about it. Because we can cover all the angles it's going to be better odds for us. Also, if we can, Duncan said to find a weakness. I don't know how to do that. We've been trying to figure that out for months now. They said if we can find one, utilize that, it will help. I just don't know how to do that part.
Well, Jester and I got the holy water. It hurts us, but we have holy water, and that's a bit of a weakness for her. So we can bring that up to the rest and figure out how best we want to do that. I just want to make sure everybody stays safe and we all come out of it, you know?
That would be ideal.
Yeah. I mean, that's the hope, right? That's what we want.
Yeah, absolutely. The holy water thing. How'd that go?
That was weird. That was very weird. We talked to a person through like a slat in the wall, and they didn't particularly like us or the leeches. They think we're both terrible, but we managed to convince them that we're slightly less terrible, I think. So they gave us what we needed. We accomplished our goal. Do I want to go back there, particularly to talk to that person? Probably not. It was, I don't know. We meet a lot of weird people.
Yeah, the weird wizard people in alleyways that give weird paper. Yeah.
Yeah, except instead of drugs, we got holy water. You know.
And holy water is okay to get from people? That what I'm getting?
I mean, it hurts well, that stuff that we got, it hurts us, so I wouldn't particularly just grab holy water from any random stranger.
Okay.
So maybe we'll add that to the list of things not to take from strangers.
All right. Fair enough. But I think overall, with that, we have two clave wielders. We have you, we have Artie, and myself. I wouldn't give us like great odds, but I'd say they've definitely gotten a lot better than if we tried this a year ago.
We have allies. I think we'll be okay. I'm confident. I think we'll be all right.
You said you had a meeting with Matthias overall though. Did he have any hard feelings about the trial or anything, or did it go okay?
No, I think we were on the same page if there were balls dropped on both sides, and I, more on my side, but it is what it is. But we're rectifying it. We put everything out on the table. We talked about his ideas and what he was doing and what I have coming up. I told him about the weird Caern ritual. I told him about, our plans for Bloody Mary. He knows. He basically knows everything that we know. I told him about possible underground Lucas stuff. So he's aware, and I'm aware of what he's doing, and I think I'm doing the best I can to fix it.
Yeah. First off, you're doing great. So, this second guessing, can't be having that, especially when things come up. You're doing great. There's no other sept leader that I'd want to follow other than you. The pack is better off as you as the leader. You're doing great. Just trust yourself. You got this. Every decision you've made has led to something better. Yes, this past one, but look at what it's leading to. Everything has its reason for happening. Just maybe it sucks when it happens, but it's going to get better.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're doing good. I think we're hitting a stride. I think we'll be okay.
Yeah. And I haven't met with Artie in a while. Is he doing okay?
Yeah, he's doing good. I've got to talk to him about potentially going and looking at the shipping and receiving and seeing what he finds out about Bloody Mary, and we can go from there. But talk to him about that. But he's good. Yeah.
And you guys are still So good.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the one constant,
Good.
regardless.
You should have at least 2, but that's fine. Artie can be it. It's
You know
fine.
what I meant.
Yeah. No. I'm very happy that you two are together. You guys
Yeah.
play off each other very well.
Keeps me sane. I think you make me crazy. He keeps me sane, so I got a good balance,
Well, that's how we planned it when we first met. Like, hey, if you ever get with someone and we're together, I'll do the whole drive them crazy, but you got to bring them back. And he agreed. So
Oh,
we had
good.
this planned out for years.
Good. I'm glad I was the test subject for that.
Yeah. So if this doesn't work out, we'll just the next person. Then
Right,
it could be,
right. I'll cut my losses. You guys can find somebody else. It'll be great.
Yeah. That's how we planned it for years. It's fine.
It's good so far. We'll just keep the good thing going for now.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad that things are going better.
Me too. And we'll figure all the rest of the stuff out.
Relaxing moment of normalcy. The calm before the storm. Something to celebrate. Something to cherish. Something to hold on to. It's all we can really ask for when there are troubled times ahead. It's the things that we can hope for, especially if we know what we're fated for. It's something we all wish we could know. If we all knew that tomorrow was our last day, if we all knew that the end was coming, wouldn't we all wish we had that opportunity? Wouldn't we all wish that we could make that moment happen? Luckily for Aiden, he had that opportunity. He had that moment. And when it came around, he seized it. We transition now to another conversation between Lucas and his burgeoning spiritual mentor of sorts. Lucas, you have had a task weighing upon you. A deal with the devil of sorts that you made with Hashugut to get out of a very sticky situation. You've also had something that's been bothering you for years, really. Basically your entire Guru existence, which is your connection to the Spirit of Thunder, your mentor. Or not your mentor, your patron, which you've never felt. All these spiritual weights, all these spiritual burdens. You never really had the guidance. But ever since you've met Eliza, ever since Star brought you here, she's been kind of like the lighthouse on the bay in matters of the spirit. She's seen you, or at least seems to have seen you, for what you are. Seen through the mask that you've put up. And yet she didn't look away. She didn't look down on you. And for a Shadow Lord, she didn't expose you. Which is saying something. So now, you go to her. Perhaps ready to reveal, to inquire, to request, perhaps just to confess. What's going through your head as you approach Eliza Ross, the Stargazer Theurge, who has been your spiritual aid?
Lucas is always looking for another way out another way to slip through the cracks, another way to worm his way out of something that he's done. But over the last few days, since that mission to the dockyards, he's not been able to figure out how to get out of this one. It feels concrete. It feels solid. And he doesn't know what to do. And a rare feeling is panic. Because he knows the clock is ticking and he knows he has to make good on that deal. And he knows that we're already in trouble with the spirit. So he could be responsible for putting the pack in even more of a precarious situation with the spirits. And that really, really more than anything bothers him.
Okay. So you haven't seen Eliza in a while. The last time you really knew where she was at the storage container facility. But you know that she has relocated since then, and you don't know exactly to where. So once you finally do reach out trying to arrange this little get-together, when you get the address of where to meet her, it comes as an annoying surprise. The address you receive is the same address as Charles's apartment building. But it's a different floor and in a different apartment.
I knew I liked him, but I also knew I hated him. That's fair. Okay.
So as you arrive, you go into the apartment building, you take the elevator up, and you're standing outside the apartment door, a floor down and down the hallway from where you know Charles's apartment to be. When you knock on the door, you hear a young female voice inside say, "Just a second," that you know to be Chloe, the friend of Jester, the Ghislaine who has been assisting Eliza for some time. As she answers the door, she says, "Oh, Lucas, hey, Eliza's expecting you." As you walk into the apartment, it's very similar to Charles's, modern, but this one seems far more lived in. Comfortable. They have made this place a home. It's got the touches of Chloe and Eliza both. It is much, much more homey. She says, "She's in the back. Just head on back. You'll know which one's hers." Easily
Thanks, Chloe.
enough, you follow the smell of incense to a back bedroom. And as you head in, you can see that this bedroom definitely has Eliza's aesthetic. Over one window, you see a constellation pattern kind of drape that has been hung over the window, the light shining through it, casting the constellation stars across the floor. You see a new spinning constellation lamp on a bedside table that seems to be turned on, rotating slowly, sending the starlight across the walls. And she seems to be sitting on this little throw on the floor, her feet kind of crossed underneath her. And there's another little pillow out in front of her. And as she looks up, she offers you a smile and then gestures down to the pillow. "Come in, Lucas. Have a seat."
As he's sitting down, he'll kind of look around and kind of give a face like, "Well, look at this."
Well, if the landlord knew I was here, I think he'd be quite displeased. But Chloe had some extra room, and she was very gracious to take on a roommate.
I mean, it throws off the whole, like, aesthetic hermit spiritualist thing. But, hey, it's the modern age, and you got to work with what you got to work with, right?
I do my best.
He'll finish taking a seat. How have you been?
This is much better than a storage unit or a trailer. It's far too fancy for my normal living, but I'll enjoy the comfort for now.
I mean, last time I saw you was after we handled up with everything. I just wanted to I feel guilty I didn't reach out to you sooner, but
Don't feel guilty, Lucas. We're all going through our struggles.
that's yeah. That's a hell of a way to put it right now.
I can tell. I don't think we're here to talk about me.
No. No. Um I want to beat around the bush so bad, but I'm not going to. Not today. Not now. Not over this.
I
Um
appreciate that.
yeah. Me and Aiden had a job to go do. And man, you put me and him together and you have us break in somewhere and we are ghosts. But man, if everything wasn't just going wrong. And we got made. We got caught. And I pushed Aiden behind me, behind something, and I had some help handling the guard that came across us. And I had to agree to something in the moment to keep the mission moving forward. And I think I may have bit off more than I could chew.
So when the ride-along friend comes in handy, they ask for a very steep price.
Yeah. Yeah, he came in real handy. He cleared the situation up real quick. It did him whatever. And but he wanted something pretty steep price. He
When we deal with devils, the devils will get their due, one way or another. But
yeah.
I am not one to say I am innocent of such things either. I know the struggle. We do what we have to do to survive. For the greater fight, we must make choices. And sometimes those choices aren't always good. I would never judge one for doing what they must do to protect themselves or others. And I understand the balance and the need for balance. My people, my tribe understands the balance. It's part of our differences with the others. Part of what sets us apart, I suppose. But it also is part of why they look the way they do at us on non-traditional methods. I suppose I would ask some questions just for some clarity.
Okay.
Obviously, I've known.
That's why I'm here. Yep.
But it's not my business to say anything. And it will be yours one day to do so. This isn't a secret you can keep forever, Lucas.
Yeah. I've already kept it for a long time, but with everything else that's going on, I just don't think this is what everybody wants to hear right now.
It's not, but we're also potentially a little over a week away from making an ultimate pact that will bind us all together eternally. And if you hold this in, and you make that pact, if they do decide to go into this with you, and then you reveal it, you are also doing a disservice to them then, one that you can't take back.
It's just, I mean, I'm not a Thurge. I don't understand why it follows me around. I remember, as far back as I can remember, I can see its eyes in my memory. I can hear it even before my first change. It's always been with me, and I don't know why, and it's never hurt me.
Spirits are funny like that. There's something about you. Whether it's something you have yet to do, whether it's something you've done that you're not even aware of, whether it's something you did before. Perhaps a kinship you share. We being part spirits, we do have kinship with spirits. Perhaps the part of you that is spirit is worm spirit. As unusual as that sounds.
Do you know how people would take that?
I do. Believe me, I do. But what they have forgotten is the worm spirit isn't wrong, isn't bad. It was corrupted.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was part of the triad. It was part of nature. It had a purpose to serve. It just needs to be brought back into balance appropriately. The corruption needs to be cut out and the balance needs to be restored.
What I keep trying to tell him. I keep trying to guide it towards that again.
It's a juggling at best. If it has independent thought, it is simple independent thought. And likely the spirit in you isn't strong enough to command it.
Yeah, I have no idea what to do with him. Do you think that that's the reason Thunder doesn't communicate with me?
Could be. But Thunder does accept you.
That's
Yeah.
the part I don't understand.
There is a possibility. And I'm not sure you're going to like it, but it's one you have to consider. Thunder may not be able to communicate with you. Thunder may be trying to, but it can't reach you because there is a interference, a blockage of sorts, and that blockage is your friend. That blockage is this connection you have with this spirit. It's so close to you, so intimate with you, that the message doesn't get through. The connection is there with thunder. But like lead walls around a cellular telephone, the satellite can't reach it. Now, there is a solution. But it means sacrifice. As all things do.
Yeah, done a lot of that lately.
I could exercise this companion. But in doing so, they will likely be corrupted and returned to the worm's forces. In their current state, from what I can tell, they are pure worm spirit. They do not seem to have the corrupted nature of the worm spirits that we combat. Whether it's because of the connection you've had since your birth, whether they were created with your birth, or what have you, I could sever that connection you have, but that would then set them free.
So if it's blocking me from thunder, in a way, I'm blocking it from the worm.
Correct.
Then if we cut that, that doesn't seem like
reconnect.
Yeah, but that doesn't seem like a very fair deal for it.
You'll both return to your natural states, what you were meant to be. Your full potential. However, it does mean we do give the worm another servant.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it also does mean we free you of your burden.
The deal that I made with it, it wants another spirit to feed on.
We aren't exactly on the best of terms with spirits right now. They are few and far between for us at the present moment, and any spirits that we were to offer up won't help our case at the moment.
No. Would that we could trap a bane?
I don't know what effect that could have on your connection. I don't know what effect it's already having on you every time it does consume.
Yeah.
This is something unlike what I've seen before, this kinship you share.
Right. Um That's a lot of really good information that I hate. Um,
If it were all sunshine and roses, I'd be doing my job very poorly.
yeah, it's 100% why I came to you and also why I don't want to come to you. Um, that's fair. Not for everybody, but so I mean, what can I do? What are my options here?
Well, I gave you two. I can sever the connection, return you to Thunder's service, and allow you to hear that connection again, therefore freeing this spirit to return to the worm's service. I could feed it. There are few that I still have favors with, but it will have a price.
Robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Always. Such as the deals with spirits, always.
It wasn't even a good mission either. Like, it wasn't even really, stupid. It was stupid.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. And in desperation,
Yeah.
there is one last option I can offer you. And I'm hesitant to do so. But I've already had a long, long time. I could take it.
I mean, wouldn't that just do the same thing to you? It would cut you off.
I've already been cut off in more ways than one. This isn't new to me.
I mean, what is the patron for the Stargazers? I don't even know.
That's not my secret to tell.
Of course not. Thurges.
Stargazers.
Double whammies. Two double whammies in the same room. That's awesome. We're never gonna get anything done. Okay, that's three real terrible things that I'm not gonna decide on right now. Um I think I've gotta probably tell somebody else about this first and see how that plays out. Because let's be honest, I am the Shadow Lord, so I have to plan out every little tiny thing that's going to happen. If I tell the pack and they kick me out, then who gives a shit what we do? It's fine. If they accept me, then maybe they can help me figure it out. Or maybe it's something in between where I got to keep going behind people's back and doing something shitty. But, uh, yeah, I need to talk to them. I think
Can I
it's
give
been
you a
long
piece
enough.
of advice?
Sure.
Be humble. Be honest.
Mm,
Be repentant. If we admit the weakness in ourselves is the weakness we project on others, anyone can understand that.
yeah.
We judge harshly of others what we hate most in ourselves.
I don't think there's anybody more judgy than me.
Don't beat around the bush. I respect that most about you, especially in this conversation.
Yeah. Okay.
But also, perhaps tell them the solutions that have been offered.
Yeah.
I would perhaps hold off on the last one.
If I start dragging you into this, they're really gonna be mad at me. You've been through enough already. Okay. All right. Well, this has been awful. So I appreciate that. I didn't even bring you beer, so I owe you beer.
I have been taking a break from beer as of late.
Oh, I do have something to actually give you on the whole thing of trading terrible news. I swung by the trailer park. It's cleared out. I don't know where any of them went. Everything seems to have been cleaned up, shut down, closed up. I don't know where they went. I couldn't even begin to guess that. But I figured you deserve to know that.
That has been their modus operandi for times of trouble. I cannot say I'm surprised. I do not believe that'll be the last we hear of them, but
Yeah. If you want to go poking around there, just let me know.
I will.
Eliza, thank you.
Being an outcast isn't final. There's always a way back in. As long as you're honest. As long as you are open to being forgiven. I have been outcast most of my life as a guru. They took me in. Others have taken me in. Because I was willing to be taken in. You slam that door shut, you will always be an outcast.
Yeah. Forgiveness thing is yeah.
If you apologize, you are open to being forgiven. If you don't apologize and you say stay stubborn and you keep that door closed, you will always be an outcast and you will always be alone. And I don't know about you, but when I was alone, that's when I was at my worst.
Yeah, the others told me what you were like. Pleasant is the word I'll use right now.
Sure. Unsanitary is the word I would use.
Ugh. Come on. That's rough. Did you smell like that stuff you were cooking that one time I came over? Because if you did, this conversation is absolutely over.
Sure.
Ugh, God. Ugh. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. Do you need anything?
I forgive you, Lucas.
It's so weird to hear people say. Okay.
It's a start.
Yeah. We'll see if that start finishes.
You might be surprised.
I would love to be.
As you make your way out of the apartment, Chloe gives you a wave from the kitchen. She's got AirPods in as she seems to be cooking something up on the stove. You head out to the elevator, taking it down, moving towards your truck. What's going through your mind now after this conversation with Eliza?
Lucas is a schemer. and a secret keeper and a manipulator. And I think for a long time he viewed everybody as a target for that. Everybody. Um, but I think it's probably time to put probably that last little piece of what's holding him back from fully committing to the pack away and dig into the whole idea of working with a group.
We transition now to our final scene of the first act. It's funny that we were talking about apologies, because we meet now with Aspen and Jester back at the grove that could be their new cairn. The clearing surrounded by the copse of trees. This place of peace, although a lot of tension hangs in the air. Aspen, you've brought Jester with you to discuss, to catch up, but also to prepare to reach out to this spirit, the White Wolf, the one known as E, to possibly find an inroad, to come to a compromise, to possibly at least begin negotiations or to put down hostilities between you and the spirits, at least for now, until things with Mary are settled and until long-term issues can be resolved. But before that happens, the two of you have some things to discuss. The scene is yours.
It's a nice place. Haven't been here before.
Yeah, there's a beautiful porch swing over there.
It's a tree swing. That's a tree swing.
Well, it's a swing, and Aiden is not great on details. So
Figures Aiden made it. Okay. That
yeah.
makes sense.
Aspen will be carrying a big old blanket with a wolf on it, like the ones you get from like street vendors, the big minky ones. She's got like a little white wolf figurine that she's bought from like a little knickknack shop. And then in like two grocery bags kind of tied together, there is a fresh kilt in there that she's kind of like holding off to the side, like with the two fingers, because it's a little sinewy and gross. And she's carrying it into the place.
You want me to carry that?
Yeah, here.
Take it from her.
Figured this'll have to do. This'll work the best as to get the attention of a wolf. We'll see what happens. Figured I'd bring you along because I know you wanted to see that we made amends with the spirits the best we could, and I think this is a good first step.
Yeah, I have been, well, cleaning up parks mostly, because I remember Joseph was doing that at the memorial park. Thought it might be a step too. And it was something to do for a while.
Smart. Hopefully we can get it at least a little bit figured out, get something done.
Yeah, hope so.
How's Raven?
I haven't talked to her since she stormed out of the meeting, but not good. I'm just gonna say things aren't. She's not happy, and that's probably gonna come back to bite us in the ass later. Like, she's not gonna let this go.
Yeah. Not really sure how to help on that front.
Well, she's upset you didn't get punished. She's upset she didn't get an apology for what happened. I mean, I would say give her time, but this is Raven we're talking about. She doesn't let things like this go, especially when it's involving Gibbous. And she kind of gave me an ultimatum of leave now with her or don't come back. So I guess we see where that is now too, since I'm still here.
I don't blame her. I just think a lot of conversations would be kind of empty for her at this point.
There. She's definitely of the old mindset. You know, the one that pits all the tribes against each other. Because, there was a lot of talk about Silver Fangs getting preferential treatment because, yeah, she thought you got off easy, which, I mean, you kind of did, but I'm not complaining about it, so, but I get why she's mad.
Yeah. I mean, I figured you could help me figure out how I'm gonna take that chagrin to the chin, if you will.
Yeah, I guess I can help you figure it out. I think it should be in a way that, I guess, less is punishment and more is learning opportunities. Punishment is never the best option. Like, if you think about it, like look at, the way parents punish their kids and didn't past and like our prison system, like it's all based on punishment and not on like making things better. So
Rehabilitating and
right.
making things, yeah. Yeah. I kind of thought of maybe adding to my name in a way. Kind of like what you did.
Well, I mean, I can do that. We can talk about some ideas. Do you have any ideas?
Well, I really was thinking of possible Oathbreaker.
You're just gonna just go straight out and be completely open about that, huh?
I mean, I think it's the best way to show what has happened, to have it added to your name so people know, and that's a story. People are going to wonder why that's your name, and they're going to find out that story, and that'll be a part of my history. Even with all of the good I do, it's still going to be a part of it.
Right. But at the same time, it kind of also puts a bad first impression when
Well,
people meet you, which
I'm
will
already
make things.
going off of bad impressions at this point. Might as well just lean into it.
Yeah, but not with everyone.
Fair enough.
Just, I mean, yeah, we've pissed off several people that we've had connections to in the nation, but we haven't met every person in the nation.
And I think there's something to be said about people and expectations of you and breaking down those expectations. I think in a lot of ways people have had expectations of us, or we've had expectations of others, and we're all learning that that isn't who we all really are.
Fair. But are you saying that from now on you're going to be an oathbreaker?
I'm saying it's part of my history, and I'm sure the story's going to get around anyways. Might as well own it.
Fair. I mean, I believe your punishment was to choose your punishment, so if this is what you choose, I'm not going to really argue against it.
I don't think I should get off easy. I think it's something that needs to stick around for a while. Even if I agree with what I did, I still hurt people in the grand scheme of things, so that still matters.
Yeah. And yeah, I think showing that you don't get off easy is a good way to show people like Ravenclaw that this isn't the same as it used to be. It's not the same thing.
I agree. I think so. I just want to show that, like, there is remorse in what the others had to go through. There is. I understand it's weird because I don't think I was wrong. I do feel for the others.
I know.
But anyways, we've got a spirit to talk to. And she'll start putting down the blanket and setting things up for the rite. And look back towards Jester as she's setting it all up. But I heard you had a run-in on New Year's Eve. She's setting everything out.
Oh yeah, I texted you. Did you not see my text?
I did, but I heard more about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was tough. Just kind of wanted to crush his face. Okay, a million things ran through my mind on what I wanted to do at the time, but
I'm impressed and impressed by your fortitude, your ability to keep your composure. I don't know if I would have been as gracious in those situations.
well, I was in a room full of people, and Charles was right there looking at me very judgmentally. And we had just gone on trial for breaking the litany, so I mean, there was a lot just of if I did fuck up, it would be bad, spectacularly bad, but
That's fair. You would have gotten a very stern, sticky note, I'm sure.
I've already gotten several of those, mostly for breaking things. But that, and given the fact that apparently his entire entourage were leeches, I don't think I would have gotten him, and that would have been the worst thing because he would have just gone into hiding, and any chance we had would have just vanished. And I want to make sure that he's got when the time comes.
Fair. Matthias actually brought up an excellent point about you potentially being a in to information gathering when it comes to him, if you think you can handle being around him.
I'm willing to try.
I thought so. You're not really one to sit around and have other people do the dirty work for you, so.
I'm not doing that anymore. That was terrible. Yeah, I'm willing to try. The only thing I'm worried about is he has Mia. I don't think she would forget what I look like. We were friends.
I think you're smart. I think you can navigate that when it comes. And at the very least, if she does pop up, you're the first person to know. And I think you deserve that.
Yeah. All right. I'll do it.
Somebody's got to. I can't. He knows my face, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'd love to, but
He did not recognize me. That was both infuriating and kind of relieving at the same time.
I bet.
Yeah, this person who destroyed my entire life doesn't even know what I look like. But at the same time, I can get to him. That's nice.
It just proves that he's a horrible, horrible piece of shit. And, he deserves for us to, for lack of a better word, hunt him down and get rid of him.
Yes, I like that.
So, as you reach the center of the clearing, laying out the blanket, what else did you bring?
That's mostly what she brought because she knows from her spirit summoning and her rite of contrition that it's things that the spirit would look fondly upon that would bring them in. So she did bring the little figurine. She set out the blanket and she had Jester pull out the fresh kill and put it down
Okay.
near the blanket so she could kind of set all that out. I'm sure Eliza gave her some incense to help with the ritual, do it correctly, and so she's setting him out the way Eliza has kind of advised her.
Okay. As you go about following the steps, the instructions that Eliza gave you, trying to follow the steps that she, so purposefully and in great detail explained, you begin to call out. You begin to open up your senses. You begin to kind of project outwards, trying to reach out to the spirits beyond. The reception is very empty and cold. You've done spirit summoning before. You've practiced this, and usually it's kind of like calling out into a crowded room, trying to sift through, a crowd to find that one that you're looking for. But this, it's like shouting in an empty building. Just echoes. Like nobody's around to answer. You reach out. No real name or sense of who specifically you're looking for. You have an idea based off of what's been described, what you've been told. So you try to focus on that as best as possible. Roll me a wits and awareness, both of you. Okay. In the grass, there's a rustling. Then, from the other side, another rustling. And after a moment, out of the grass come two rats who approach the kill. They go towards the meat and kind of paw it a little bit before biting down into the raw meat and tearing a chunk away. They chew and then gulp. And then look expectantly at both of you. And then sit back on their hinds before looking at the meat and then looking at both of you.
I'll pick up a piece of the meat. Mhm. Look at this is what you want, right? I'll hold it to my mouth. This. I'm gonna bite into it.
As you bite down, the rat's gaze immediately turned towards Aspen.
Seeing what Jester did, looking at the rats, she's gonna very subtly roll her eyes because she doesn't want to make them upset. But then she just grabs a chunk off the leg and just tries not to get any fur or anything in her mouth, just the meat.
Okay.
And chews it and eats it.
Both of you give me a stamina and composure as you try to eat this raw meat. And you're both in hobbit form, so it's not like you even have that wolf sense to help you, assist you with this.
I'm gonna split the willpower.
It has been 3 successes. You managed to... Okay, both of you managed to clench your eyes, gulping down the disgusting taste. Tears start to sting your eyes, but you do manage to hold it down even though your stomach starts to turn over. And as you hold the bile down, not rejecting it, as soon as you open your eyes, sitting on the opposite side of the blanket, is a white wolf. Sup, killer?
Hello, nice to meet you.
Is it? I wish I could say the same.
I
Hello.
You're fine.
understand.
Oh, you got something wrong with your head. Gotta get that checked out.
Yeah. Working on that.
She didn't deserve it.
I understand that. I'm very sorry for what has happened, for what I've done to the spirits.
Are you?
I am, yes.
But you'd do it again, wouldn't you?
I would.
It's kind of shitty.
With the knowledge that I have now, I would have been more particular about how I went about it, hoping to not bring as much carnage as I did. And I do mean that 100%. I would have done it differently, but I would have made the same decision.
So what do you want?
I want to apologize, mostly, first off.
Because you want something.
I do want something. I think it would be rude to start with manipulation tactics of saying how sorry I am, and then at the very end coming with a please, please help us with our gifts. I think that does nobody any good.
That's what you're doing.
That's why I'm starting with we need help with our gifts.
Right. Well, you started with the sorry.
Right.
Right.
She wants to pay contrition.
Can't do that now. It's going to take a while. And you don't have a while, do you?
No, we don't. We're trying to deal with a very strong leech, trying to take down Bloody Mary. I'm sure if you've spent any time around here, you know who she is.
Yep. Killed a lot of people, a lot of friends.
Right. We want to get rid of her, but unfortunately, because of what I've done, access to our abilities is unstable.
And
I was wondering if you'd be willing to help us with that.
so you kill my friends, destroy my home, after I showed you a new home and helped you. Then you come and say sorry while asking for something, and you want me to help you again. Is that the skinny?
That is the gist of it. I have a friend who's talked to you before, and it seems like you were someone who is to the point, a spirit that is to the point, and I didn't want to waste your time, but I do also want to know what I can do to make up for what I've done. as well.
Why is killing this one so important? Why now? Why not wait? Why not fix things with us first?
We have them at a disadvantage, and I feel if we waited to reestablish and to stabilize ourselves, we would lose our chance to take care of her, to get rid of her. Because the more we try to stabilize on our side, the more time they have to stabilize on theirs.
And if you die, then I get nothing.
Is there something you would like before I potentially die? Something that I could do that would be within enough time?
What could you do?
That's why I'm asking you.
Wolf shrugs. You're not a theurge.
I know of one.
Yeah, I know her too. Okay. Let's make a deal. You and me. You want to make things right? You want to start the path of healing? You want me to forgive you? Temporarily. There's going to come a time where you're going to have to forgive and you're not going to want to. But you're going to have to anyway. You'll know it. And it's coming a lot sooner than you think. That's step one. Step two. And the wolf looks towards the center of the glade. You're gonna do it. Because that's what we do. That's what we did. That's what you sacrificed. So you're gonna replace her with you.
I'm not saying no. But the rest of my pack would have to do it too, including the theurge, you know.
Oh, she's already gonna do it, with or without you.
Do you only expect this of me or of my pack?
It's your contrition. You're the one that's here. You're the one that's making the deal. If you're bargaining for your whole pack, I only expect it of you.
And if that causes potential for others to protect you to not be here, is that a problem for you?
You mean if they choose not to?
If me doing this, there's a lot of really stupid politics. I'm going to say that to you because you're a spirit and not a guru. There's a lot of really stupid politics that, if I were to do this, could cause potentials for others like me to come and protect this place, including spirits, ones who haven't disrespected you or hurt you, to not come because of this decision that I make.
You didn't know me back then. They left us. I could give a fuck if they come back. We're here now. We've been here.
It's a bit counterintuitive to what I'm trying to do here, but you want them here. We all need them here. I'm not just speaking for Guru, I'm speaking for spirits. Gaia needs them here. And I
came to me,
understand.
not them. You can find another spirit to deal with. I don't speak for all spirits, I speak for me. Or you could just not tell them. And do it anyway.
That would be a mistake.
Wouldn't be your first.
Wouldn't be my last. If we could get somehow through taking care of Bloody Mary, and I can talk to the people I need to talk to, and come back with a yes or no, is that not conducive for you?
Sure. I don't need an answer right now. But before the fight, I do. Do you want your gifts? That is. Slight addendum. You can't tell the others if you accept that you accepted. You don't get to sway their choice, because I know they would if they knew you had to.
But one of them is right here, so.
She knows. She won't tell. Or Rat will be very unhappy.
Okay.
Anything else?
I look forward to making it up to the rest of the spirits. Thank you for listening.
Next time you call, my name's Alara.
Thank you, Alara.
With that, she gets up off the blanket and leans down, biting the end of it, and then yanks suddenly, sending both of you toppling over. And as you fumble backwards, your head's hitting the ground. When you wake, blink and open your eyes, you're laying down on the ground, but all of the stuff that you've laid out is gone.
How do you feel? Oh, crawl and sit beside her and wrap an arm around your shoulder. She wasn't always a spirit. She was one of us. So, take that as whatever you want with what she said. But I know a lot of people tend to say spirits say weird stuff or things we don't understand or they manipulate us, but she wasn't always born a spirit. So there might be something there.
No, I figured that she understood something else. She understood something that other spirits don't, so. People are gonna be so mad.
Yeah. And again, we may not have to tell them.
Can't
And it
tell
may not
them.
and it may not just be, not like, oh, I'm gonna keep this secret, but we could start out with just we don't have to openly present the information. There's a lot
Oh.
people tend to miss when they just aren't paying attention. Like, I think you were the only one that realized I was staying with Charles for the longest. Lucas was shocked. Even though I was literally going to and from meetings in his car.
Our boys are oblivious, it's fine.
A lot of people are oblivious.
Well, to be fair, I'm sure Artie noticed. He just tends not to say much. Which brings me to the point, it's probably going to be something you have to bring up, because if I bring it up, Artie's going to notice.
Yeah, I'll bring it up. I'm planning on inviting people for maybe a little celebration. They'll get together.
Yeah, we could use that.
I think so. Just being alive is something we could probably celebrate
That's
at
fair.
this point.
At least, hopefully everything else goes well, and we could keep celebrating. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
As the two of you sit and contemplate what's just happened, the gauntlet that's been thrown down in front of Aspen, the heavy, heavy gauntlet. Pretty sure celebrations are the last thing that's on your mind. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the second act in just a few minutes. See you shortly.
St. Petersburg by Night is brought to you through collaborations with our partnered vendors, Wolfpack Dice, Ember Fox Dice, Dragon Ink Dice, Bear the Bard, Champs Tramps, Penshi Artista, and Chromatic Creations. Links to our partnered vendors, as well as our Twitch and YouTube channels, can be found on our website, stpbynight.com. The official theme song for St. Petersburg by Night is Vampire by Faith and Failure. You could find them at faithandfailure.com. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all socials with the hashtag St. Pete by Night. If you wish to support our program, you can do so at coffee.com/St. Pete by Night to help keep the stories rolling.
Welcome back. In the first half, we saw Aspen doing a lot of heavy lifting. She met with Matthias and Charles. She caught up with Aiden, and she had a very, very intense negotiation with the wolf spirit, who we now know as Alara, to try and start the process of making amends with the spirits to get the gifts back to the Guru before the fight with Bloody Mary. But is the price worth the reward? That's a discussion to be had. Lucas also had a conversation with Eliza about his little friend that travels along with him and what can be done about a deal with the devil he made with Hashugut and his separation from his patron spirit of thunder. We also saw Jester talk with Anna Pelfrey about stories and the connection to Chicago, and here we are now in Act 2. The scene starts at the site of the old Caern, the Memorial Gardens, a cemetery that feels very much like a cemetery should. A very ominous and cold place, a place that used to feel lively despite its macabre appearance, now just feels dead. The grass has started to grow back. Nature does still take hold to a certain degree, but not with the enthusiasm and gumption that it used to have. It's just existing for the most part. And Lucas, as you and Jester agreed to meet up, Charles did drop Jester off to meet you here, but respecting that this is a conversation between the two of you, he dropped her off and went on his way, allowing the two of you to talk, giving you space to take a walk around the gardens. And that is where our scene commences. The scene is yours.
How you been?
Good days, bad days. More good days. So there's
I was
an
gonna
improvement.
say, is it even? Is it lopsided?
The good days are starting to outweigh the bad.
Good lopsided is good. Hey, our last talk wasn't good. Weird.
Yeah. Strange that.
Yeah.
Almost
had-
if I warned you that I was not able to deal with anything emotionally and you still pushed me.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I was a shit. Believe me, I realized that. I had some conversations with some other people after that that really made me feel pretty guilty. And that's not something I like feeling or that I feel a lot. So, that's a big step for me.
Mm.
But today, we're gonna go for a walk and we're gonna learn a lesson on marking things. And this as we're gonna get back around to this is gonna be important. As just Lucas will grab his bag from his truck and he'll start walking towards where Grandmother Willow was at
don't think I'm gonna like this. I already
Oh,
don't like it
you're
here.
you're gonna be super mad at me, but there's good explanation, and I know I say that a lot, but it's true this time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll follow behind him. Kind of have my arms crossed, looking like I do not like being here.
As you approach the tree extends from the ground ominously. The tree's limbs kind of claw at the sky more than they extend and reach out towards it. Now they just seem like jagged, reaching, angry, just wretched fingers ripping at the sky, or like just reaching upwards angrily towards the sky. The leaves have completely fallen from it. And based off of the look of it, there's even a notice posted that the tree might even come down because they're afraid that it might be infected or there might be something wrong with it, that it might be dead. So they're considering having it removed.
Lucas will just stand there staring at the sign and the tree and just, damn, that sucks.
I have a question.
What's up?
When it happened, did she not say anything?
I didn't hear really anything except for hurricane.
That's not like her. If you can
Yeah.
hear a spirit, it's not like her. When Joseph first came back, she was so mad at him, but like apparently always talking to him.
Yeah, she didn't talk to me.
I never got much of an opportunity to converse with her because I can't, but I talked to her.
Yeah, I think Star's the only other spirit that's talked to me, and I don't even know how long. So I don't even know what she sounded like.
She had a gravelly voice,
It was a tree. That makes sense.
kind of old, like an old lady.
Like a tree version of Eliza.
Yeah, I think that's why they got along.
Oof. Yeah, that makes total sense now. That's a lot of pieces I didn't have. So, speaking of things that happened before I got here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So after everything went down, I came back here because, I got a thing with plants, and I had a lot of stuff kind of scattered around here, and mainly I wanted to see if there was something I could salvage from the tree and take it somewhere and see if I could recultivate it, but that's not a thing. It's that's not going to happen. So, but and this is where we get into the conversation about marking things and telling people about things. As I was poking around in the tree, I found something that I'm pretty sure all you guys knew was here, and I didn't know was here. And yeah, he'll reach in his pocket, and between his two fingers, he'll pull out the broken piece of clave. Yeah. And I think, looking at that sign, I think I want you to make the call on whether we put this back in there or not.
Okay. Okay. Given we didn't exactly tell you where they buried him,
Yes.
and the fact we really like this is we could have, I guess, left some sort of plant or something.
Told you were going to be mad.
I'm not gonna yell.
I
I'm not gonna
mean,
yell.
you can yell, but you know that's not going to have that big of an effect on me.
I'm not gonna yell.
He yelled at a lot.
It's weird though. It's really weird. We
How-
both think it's weird. We both think it's weird.
Yeah, I reached my
Good.
hand in there. How do you think I felt? This wasn't the only thing I touched. Thank you.
He was inside of me.
Ugh. Thank you for the mental image, Brighter. That was not
Oh,
helpful.
is he here?
I can always hear him.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think he's also a valid third party to be part of this conversation too.
Actually, he should be the
Was
most
it as
valid.
good for him as it was for me?
Do I want to know?
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
I probably do, but we're just gonna leave that out.
I'm probably not as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was.
What do you want done?
Well, I mean, it's this. I'm not gonna make a call here, but I think I don't know. Call this just like a crazy idea, but this tree's gonna get ripped out, and most of what's left of him's underneath there. They're gonna find that. You know, that's gonna be a whole thing. So, do you really think this is the best place to leave that stuff?
Shit.
Yeah. And I mean, like, the guy's important. I don't want to leave him here.
Looked Righter. So this was your first option, but now things have changed.
Kid, I'm just bones. It's just a body. This is a graveyard. Oh god, they find a body in a graveyard. Big fucking whoop.
Fair.
Like, I'm probably not even the only body under that tree, to be honest. You just, you guys were kind of lazy with the digging. Probably could have gone a little deeper. But
Don't blame
it's
me on
fine.
this. I wasn't there. It's fair,
If you
though.
want to honor me or whatever, you could bury that shard wherever you put your new cairn. If that's really what you want to do. But those are just bones now, kid. This was my home. It's kind of a fucking mess now, but this was my home. And whatever state it's in, this is where I'd rather stay. At least whatever's left of me. Didn't expect to get, finger blasted, but
I hate the mental images you give me.
yeah, that's pretty great, huh?
No. No.
Glad I can still do you dirty from beyond.
Ugh. He wants to stay. As he said, this was his home. And as he said, what's there is just bones and a body. But he did say he probably wants the shard buried wherever we build the next cairn. To honor
I
him.
mean, the bones, fine, but this, yeah, we definitely don't want him finding this. But also, why am I still holding it? This is yours. This is not mine. I'm still holding this. This is weird. You take this.
I'll take it.
That thing is a magnet, by the way. There's a lot of shit out there that wants that thing.
Speaking of, Lucas, you feel the pinpricks going up your spine. What are you doing?
Lucas looks very like somebody walked over his grave. And he kind of like rolls his head and kind of like his shoulders for a moment.
That was mine.
Like I said, that thing is a magnet for things that want it, and it needs to be somewhere safe.
I think I know where it's going to end up. Are you okay?
No. Definitely not.
Do you want to talk about it?
You don't want to hear about it.
I'm here to listen if you want.
Jester, this isn't that kind of listening. This is that big talk conversation.
Okay, well, then probably not this place. I'm already uncomfortable here.
Yeah, I do want to talk about something which involves how I'm acting right now and something that is causing me to act this way. But I want to have that conversation with everybody and not just you. No offense.
None taken. It's a group talk. I got it. I'll take something out of like the purse knapsack I have strapped across my side and wrap up the shard and then put it in there. Look, as for the argument we had, you were obviously upset about things. I was emotionally exhausted from doing things. Like, revealing to complete strangers my current trauma to get holy water. That was kind of a lot. So, we yelled. Just one thing. If you ever, and I mean ever, insinuate that I would work with Bateman or knowingly ally with someone who is working with Bateman, I will beat your ass so far into the ground that you'll be sitting there with Ryder. And you'll need a shovel to get out.
Let's not get twisted here. I was insinuating you were working with Matthias, which to me at the moment was worse. I wouldn't have dreamed you were working with Bateman, but Matthias at that moment was what I was really getting at.
Send him down here. I owe him a reach around.
Sorry.
Is that him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, we both got something fucking with us right now. This is a weird conversation. Look,
So it's kind of always like this for me. Commentary, memories, thoughts. I know a way to get rid of it though, so what if it? I know a way to help Ryder, so.
that's good. We should definitely do that. And so I wasn't insinuating you were working with the leeches. I know what you've told me about how you feel about that, and I wouldn't have dreamed of that, but it is so hard for me to fight my nature of looking for that little chip in the armor of the pack and looking for that little thing that's trying to worm its way in, that I get a little paranoid and conspiracy-ish sometimes, and that's just who I am, because someone has to think that way, and it's probably gonna make people more mad than it is glad that I'm doing it. But somebody has to do it.
It's okay. So I have a question, but I'll hold that question off for a moment. It's not bad to consider angles. I agree. Like there are plenty of angles I don't consider. Plenty of them. But how you approach someone with those conspiracy theories, especially the person you're having the conspiracy theory on, will you kind of get an outcome of how you approach them. Like if you just asked, I probably would have been more open to tell you what was going on. But you kind of came in accusing me of things that I didn't even know were happening, honestly.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. I came in hot. I'm not so good with the being nice thing, so I tend to kind of blunt force jam my way in there.
I get it, but you could still be blunt and ask instead of blunt and be an asshole.
Yeah, I'm gonna work. I'm not saying I am, but I'm gonna work on that.
Right. Now, if you're intentionally being an asshole, well, fine. We'll start a fight and we'll fight.
Yeah,
But
I mean that'll probably happen at some point.
I mean, I'm sometimes intentionally a bitch. I didn't get Malicious Jester just because I was happy and nice to people when I talked to them.
But I picked up on that. Yeah, yeah.
Good.
No, that's right away.
Mm.
Yeah, we're the problem children. That's you and me. You know that.
Yeah. What is your deal with Matthias? Why do you dislike him so much? Like, was he a part of the Chicago thing?
No, it it really just he until recently, because I did go have a conversation with him, and it went better than I thought it was gonna go, but I don't know. There's just something about the nation, and when I looked at him, I saw everything I hated about it. And like me and Charles are really just different sides of the same coin. Like he's a true believer, and I respect him for that. But I'm not, because everywhere where the nation succeeded him, I feel like the nation failed me. So when I started to see what was happening here and I started to see what Aspen could be and what she could build here, and that you and me and Aiden and Artie and Eliza could build here something better than anywhere else. I saw Matthias as that threat that would just bring it all back to where I didn't want it to be.
Okay. So, you had some of that old nation mentality in you?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, they're actually trying to not be that anymore. Also, I'm not going to go into it because it's not my story to tell. But the nation didn't do great for Charles at all, the old one. And you're going to have to figure that out with him on your own because I'm not saying anymore.
That's fair. I'm sure he'd appreciate that. I mean, his name precedes him.
Yeah.
That says almost everything I need to know right there. And believe me, when you want to talk about the mean girls in the room, the Shadow Lords I grew up around talking about his family. Yeah, that's a hard switch for me to turn off. But
Yeah, I get it. I mean, Ravenclaw was my mentor. Like, I grew up in the same thing. Shit, most of the litany was kind of beaten into me. So, I got it. And trust me, I didn't trust Matthias or Charles at the beginning, and it partially was the whole Black Fury thing, but also, got Ryder in my head, and he's still bitter about shit. But
that makes sense.
they've kind of proven themselves.
But Charles, he's grown on me. I like Wonder Bread. He's good. He's a good guy. Um, I don't know. Matthias to be, like I said, we had a good conversation. We'll see how it plays out.
It's fair. Usually it starts with a conversation anyways.
Yeah. I mean, I had one too with Pelfrey. And that went about exactly as I thought it would go, but it went way more cordial than I thought it was going to go too. So,
She's actually kind of nice. I
oh
talked to her.
yeah. Yeah, she is. Yeah. She's going to stick around for a while. So we'll see how that plays out.
Come on. Take Lucas by the arm and lead him out. It's 2025, Lucas. We gotta let go of these old stereotypes. Especially if we want something better.
All my
Lucas,
plants here died. Well,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, all my plants here died. Let's get out of here. I don't want to be here anymore.
Me neither.
As you leave, both of you feeling the burdens of the old cairn starting to kind of fall off of you the further you get away. Lucas, you feel those pinpricks of Hashugut kind of dig in a little bit more on your back, a little bit angrier now that the shattered clave, the bit of clave that was almost going to be his new domicile of sorts, is no longer within your possession. New enlightening thoughts in both of your minds, but maybe some burdens taken off both of your plates as well. A new bond being forged. Maybe there is something to be celebrated after all here. Maybe turning over a new leaf. We transition now back to our fearless leader, Aspen, who has another burden on her plate to consider, going to her source of relief. Aspen, your home, in your apartment, your safe space that you share with Artie. It is a time of relaxation, but you haven't really been able to relax for a while. It's been harder to find any relief since the trial, since the cairn, since the storm, and now, especially for the past couple of days since the conversation with Alara. You've wanted to say so much, but you've had to say so little. What's going through your head as you're trying to unwind, as you're trying to just spend time in your space?
Well, where's it? It echoes back to what she was talking to Aiden about how like there's one thing figured out and then another thing, and it's always just kind of how it is. So she's trying her best to stay neutral. I wouldn't even say hopeful, just neutral. That they'll figure that out too, and it'll just keep going from there. And if she just stays neutral, we'll be good. We'll figure it out. It's just one more thing we have to overcome. So she's just taking it in stride and trying to be present in the moment, knowing that there's a lot that is about to come about, a lot to think about as far as a big old leech that they have to fight, that she's also still trying to be very neutral about.
So as you're lounging on the couch, you feel Artie kind of slide in behind you on the couch and kind of start rubbing your back and your shoulders. Hey,
Hey,
you okay?
stressed, but I'm okay.
I can tell. I can feel it from pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's okay. It's what we're here for. It's what we do. And this is how we make it better.
Yeah.
I've been thinking, and I know you've been kind of going back and forth about the whole Cairn thing, especially after the talk with Matthias. and I know we're
Mhm.
supposed to talk to the pack about it, and I don't know.
Words are good.
I want to weigh in. I want to say how I feel about it. When would be the best time to do that?
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess that is something I wanted to talk to you about. I don't mind. You can bring it up whenever you want to bring it up, because this is you and I. And if we're just having a conversation about how we feel and what, is going on in our day to day, then I think that's important. And I think we should still do that. But I think also you have to be the ragabash when you need to ragabash. And when we're all together and we're making those decisions, you have to say them. You have to speak up. Because if you hold it all in and it comes out here, that's a problem for us.
Yeah, it's been a problem for a while, honestly. I felt weird with Lucas being here in town because I felt like the Ragabashes have kind of tilted the scale a bit. And while I've been the opposite on a lot of issues with him, there's been times I've felt kind of the same on his side with things, and I didn't want to topple the balance. You know what I mean? Because, like, that's what we got to keep some kind of balance of things in the pack. But if I agree with him too much, then I think it might shift things too hard. And so I've tried to kind of stay out of it, but also it's driving me fucking crazy to not say anything.
I think that's exactly what we all need, though. I think we're going through so much and having to make so many hard decisions. I need it. I need opinions. I need, whether they disagree with me, whether you guys agree with me, I need them. And I think two ragabashes is exactly what we need with this group, because there's a lot of hard decisions we're making on a regular basis. And I need those opposite opinions and those outreach, different thought processes that I'm just in my own brain all the time. So I need a little bit of extra from you guys.
Okay, then I'm going to tell you something that I don't want to say in front of the rest of the pack.
Okay.
I'm really scared about this fight with Mary. With the gifts being spotty, with the lack of Caern, I'm glad you talked to Duncan, and I'm glad you talked to Anna, and they're backing us. I'm glad Matthias is still in town. Like, that gives me a lot more hope, and I think we've got a shot. But it's still Mary, and none of the stories are good. Nothing about this feels good. Like, she's still a fucking killer. And now that there's talk about it being on a boat, doesn't give me a lot of hope. Like, I'm gonna do the reconnaissance. I'm gonna go check out the place and do the thing that I do. Hopefully the spirits are feeling cordial, but I'm nervous and thinking about the Caern, which is what I wanted to talk about. Is it weird that I kind of wish the new moon came before the fight? Because then if things go bad, at least I'd know. I'd be sure, no matter what happens, without a doubt, we'd be together. Because, like, the afterlife is so uncertain, and yeah, there's spirits and shit, and I want to have faith, but, like, at least Eliza said this is certain, and she's not been wrong about a lot. A certain future with you is better than an uncertain afterlife, because, like, Ryder came back as a ghost, and what if you came back as a ghost and I didn't? Or what if, you know, reincarnation is real for one of us and it's not for the other, or like, what if one of us falls and the other doesn't? I don't like the thought of that. I don't like any of this. This is... I don't know. This whole thing, just... If there's something certain that guarantees our future together, that makes me feel better. Even if it means we're two trees standing next to each other. I'd feel better about that than not.
You're certain about that?
I never was a faithful person, you know? I wanted to. I had that always kind of like agnostic, like, oh, maybe there's something after this, but like, the guru in me wants to think there's something. I mean, there's talk of Shadowlands and stuff like that, but like, I don't know. There's still so much uncertainty. Having something to be certain about feels better. I don't like the idea that I wouldn't be able to see Mom or, you know, my brother again, but I also haven't seen them in years. And what does that even look like? What does that even mean? You know, is that even a thing? It's so uncertain. It's just something we hope for. It's not something we're guaranteed. And truthfully, if Eliza's not willing to see Orion again, and we know how crazy she is about him, if she's willing to make that kind of sacrifice, she must be pretty certain that it's, I don't know, a worthwhile thing to do. And I've been thinking about it, and I don't want the uncertainty of not knowing if I will be with you, especially knowing that this terrible, scary, dangerous thing is about to happen. And like I said, I just wish it was happening before, and maybe all this is for naught, but it's just something I was thinking about before this fight. And maybe I'll feel differently if we survive after the fight, but before it, right now, I'd really love some kind of guarantee that it's going to be okay no matter what happens, and that we are going to be fine.
Well, I know we can't wait. Unfortunately, I don't think we have the means to do that, especially while the spirits are kind of in our favor. Jester and I kind of took care of that. So at least until after we take care of Bloody Mary, we have that in our pocket. But I will tell you, if it's not going to happen, but if I lose you, I will demand Eliza take me into that Umbra, and I will get your essence, whatever that is, and drag you back to that cairn when we build it. You'll be stuck there with me forever.
Okay. Do you have any idea about how you want to do this attack, if it is on a boat?
I'm just kind of... Aiden has talked about attack it like a bear, which I really hate that he keeps saying bear, but it's fine.
It's not a bad metaphor. I mean, usually his metaphors are all over the place. Like,
well, he got it from Duncan, so that makes sense.
Peanut butter cup ladle or whatever it was, but
right. I think there's not... We'll have to talk to the others. I've never been great at fighting. We all know that. I barely wanted to be outside of this. up until recently, so that's not really my forte, but I'm hoping with the strength that we have behind us, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
And we can throw holy water at her, because apparently that's something we have.
Awesome.
Oh,
Where's Buffy the Vampire Slayer when you need her?
right, maybe we'll bring stakes.
Oh, cool. Sure.
Hot.
Let's throw it on the pile. Why not?
Light the boat on fire, run away. Hope for the best.
In water. I'm sure
It's
it'll
still
be
in
fine.
a boat. It's still in a boat.
Sure. She just has to jump off the side and she's fine. It's cool.
Right, they don't need to breathe.
No.
There's that.
Although, that does give me an idea. Controlling the boat. That's where I think I could be the most useful.
What do you mean, controlling the boat?
Controlling the boat controls the atmosphere. Most of these boats are going to have a lot of automated systems, right? Like fire suppression or, automated entryways, locks, supports, that kind of stuff, flooding, anti-flooding, that kind of stuff. If I can get to the control room of the boat, if I can get to the brain of the boat, like you remember when we busted Aiden's family out, if I can get to the control room, if I can control the brain, maybe I can help lead off any exterior forces. I can shut people out, can help control the atmosphere of the fight. It's just another advantage we can have, because like you said, I'm not a good fighter either. That's not my strong suit. I feel like, if anything, it just makes me another liability in the fight. But if I can get to what I am good at, then maybe that's a way I can help. I don't like the idea of not being near you, or you could come with me and we can let the fighters do the fighty thing and we can manage from the control room. But I was just thinking about that as like, we could turn the boat back towards Tampa depending on where it's going, or we could lead it away from Tampa so that we can get a little messier so that it's not a risk of, something bad happening. But anyway, we're not supposed to talk about work at home, but that just got me thinking.
No, it's a good thing. Like I said, we can talk about it. You can talk about your thoughts and ideas and your feelings, because it's still pretty big day to day, right, with us. But do the ragabashing when you need to do the ragabashing, And I'll do the leading when I need to do the leading.
Okay.
Also, I have the other, besides Ravenclaw, because I don't want to be completely honest, I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. I wouldn't even know where to start. But the others are coming in to help, so we also will have them here to, just in case, contingency plans, making sure we don't have a bunch of witnesses or anything of that nature. So we've got people. I'm confident. I'm worried too, but I'm confident.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we kept a couple of them here on land to cause a distraction for any reinforcements they might send out to the boat. Cause a distraction here, something to keep them off balance. Because if they radio back that there's an attack happening on the boat, there's nothing to say they couldn't send more boats or send more people out there. Depending on how far out they are, their response time could be pretty good. I could see about disabling communications, but if they get out of communicate fast enough before I can get to the brain. Anyway, that's all planning stuff, and we've got time for that. I'll start thinking about it. Yeah.
I think any ideas are good ideas at this point.
As far as Ravenclaw, if anything had happened to you, I get it. If somebody had done something that had that kind of impact on you, I can't say I wouldn't blame her.
That's a bit why I'm struggling, because I get it too. But how do you look at somebody and say, I don't regret what I did and it hurt you, but I'm sorry I hurt you? Complicated.
What if you... If I did something that hurt you, that I had to do, I would do anything and everything to fix it. What if you approached it that way? Instead of trying to make up for what's done, approach it with what you're going to do. Approach it with maybe approach it with a plan to make it better. Approach it with a plan of healing, or approach it with a plan of, I don't know, positivity, or something that can bring her back, something that can fix it. I don't know how you fix something like that, but that's not something we can't look into or research or work on. I mean, Eliza's come back from Hirano. Maybe she has some ideas. Maybe we go find another tier of Gaia and bring it to Gibbous. I know that was hard in the first place, but maybe we look up other ways of healing that kind of stuff. If we can put her back together, maybe Raven will forgive that.
We can do something like that. I wouldn't mind doing something like that. I just would prefer action than just empty words.
No, I agree. And I think that's something that a Black Fury will respect. So if we come at it from that angle of, I mean, words are going to still have to happen, because if we did something without telling them we were going to do something, that might just piss them off more, because then we're like stepping on their toes or walking on their turf. But if we presented a plan of action and the willingness to take action and not making them do anything or demanding anything of them to do it, then maybe that's something that they could get behind or understand or respect. And maybe we could go through Gibbous instead of Raven. Gibbous was always seemed to be the reasonable one, the rational one. And if she's the offended party, the hurt party, maybe she will talk to Jester. Maybe she will understand. Raven is angry and is protective, but maybe Gibbous will be more forgiving and understanding. I don't know, these are just thoughts, but I don't want to see us making more enemies. And
I agree. And I
that all
think
went down.
I think Jester deserves us to try. Deserves me to try. Can't have her losing more. She's lost enough.
She stood beside us when she had every reason to walk away.
Yeah. And I wanted to, do you think, I know it's off topic kind of, do you think that Gibbous is that far gone that she would need a tier of Gaia?
No, not necessarily, but I mean, it's a really nice offering.
It's fair. It's true.
Like, it's a, hey, if it gets worse, here's your get out of jail free card. You know, like, it shows that we're willing to go to the ends of the earth to make up for what happened.
Yeah.
But also, that's a a real. I mean, we were lucky we found the one we found. So that's a pretty tough one. But
Yeah, I think Jester knows them best. Maybe we can brainstorm with her and see if we can figure something out.
yeah, I don't think, from what I've heard from Jester, from hearing stories of Colorado, I don't think Gibbous would want Jester and Ravenclaw fighting like this. I don't know what state she's in anymore. Maybe that's different now, but from the way she talked about the stories of old and the way Gibbous was, maybe she's the reasonable one in this. And if she heard you say that you were sorry that she was hurt in this, maybe she would be the one that would be willing to make this better or help this get better. But getting to her is going to be tough because obviously Raven's going to have her on lockdown. I don't know.
I'll send a fruit basket.
You might get a basket of grenades back, but, it's worth an effort. You're doing good. You are. But we're also getting really lucky right now.
We're getting really...
Forget that.
Really lucky.
Really lucky. But let's celebrate the victories. Let's celebrate the fact that we are still winning. We are still moving forward. We're still getting ahead. But it's okay to be scared.
We could be scared, and we have to, be willing to celebrate, because Jester was talking about a celebration. So that's something to look forward to.
Yay.
Yay.
I'll
Party.
bring
We're all...
the party poppers.
I think it's good. I think it's a good morale thing before we go into running into danger. So I think it's a good Jester.
You've got the puns this time. Okay. Well, let's order some dinner.
Chinese?
Oh, you read my mind.
Perfect.
So as you pull up a delivery app and settle in for a night just relaxing, we transition again. Aiden, you decide to make a call up to Georgia, to Terrance, as the battle looms close on the horizon, as destiny crawls, as fate gets closer and closer. You know, or at least you fear, that goodbyes are becoming more and more necessary. And there's one that you haven't really wanted to say, but you know that needs to be said. So as you look at your phone, at the picture of Terrance, you finally take that deep breath and hit the call button. It rings a few times and then picks up. Hey, Aiden, what's up?
Hey, buddy. How things going over there?
Well, same old, pretty good. It's really fucking cold up here right now. Like, my God, I didn't know Georgia could get this cold.
It's a jacket weather, I guess.
No, it's much worse than that. Like, we're talking teens. It's ice in Georgia. That's not normal. It's snow, it's ice, it's frozen up here. Like, on the farm, frozen.
So maybe jackets and some pants, maybe.
I had to talk to a snow spirit. A snow spirit. I have never even seen snow. Now I'm
pretty
talking
great, right?
to snow and ice spirits. And let me tell you, they have a chilly personality. But
What? Were
sorry.
Somewhat pleasant, though?
Yeah, they're fine. They're actually they're pretty cool. But I'm expecting these to go over your head, buddy. Hey, how's it going? What's up?
um, sorry. Kind of. So when you called about the feeling that you had,
Oh yeah,
the whole Caern.
yeah,
Ended up having how all those different people came to help.
yeah.
They all had the same kind of feelings that you had. So when that happened, members of the nation decided to come down, and we had a little chat about what needed to be done in payment for the things that have happened. So Aspen was on trial. Then we all had to talk about what was going on, stuff like that. So there was that. There's a lot of talk about the urges and the need for one. So hey, maybe sometime down the road here, we might be giving you a call.
Oh boy, am
Maybe.
I ready? Because again, it's freezing up here, but also I want to come home. It'd be so good to see you.
Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't be the one calling because I'm not the leader. So it would be Aspen that would be reaching out. But if that time comes where we're needing one.
Sure, yeah. I mean, whatever. Formalities. I mean, that trial sounded really formal. That's scary.
It sucked.
But yeah, I bet. How'd you handle all that?
My mentor, Duncan, came and gave me a heads up prior and told me to be nice and to play well with the other well-dressed guru. So,
Oh boy.
yeah.
You hated that, I bet.
Oh, it was awful. Absolutely terrible. But I didn't lash out at anyone. Overall, they're respectful to Aspen. If they made any moves towards her, I wouldn't have been able to hold back, and then things would have escalated and it would have gotten really bad. But everything went okay, I guess. She's still alive. They didn't ask for death or anything like that. She just had contrition that she has to pay for.
Well, I hope so if I'm supposed to expect a call from her. But yeah. But yeah, I don't expect those kind of calls. I'm not Ghost Council. Yeah, okay. Well, that makes sense. Contrition is I'm learning that's really important. When you upset somebody or spirit or otherwise, you gotta pay penance, but
Right.
at least there's no shame or anything to go with that. That's honestly pretty surprising. From what I hear about litany and all that kind of stuff, that's a rare thing. But I'm glad
the spirits
she's
are still
okay.
mad here, though.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine. That's a pretty big deal. How's all that going? Are you guys okay?
For the most part. Now, my patron, as a Gale Stalker, I have to work with daily. Otherwise, he gets real mad. So we're on rocky terms, but I think it's better than the others just because I do deal with the northern wind constantly.
Right.
But the others I think are struggling more. They use gifts more often than I do.
Makes sense.
I hit things, so but I don't know if you'd be able to really help with the spirits. I know that you're there, and I was told to ask if there's pigeon spirits that you can send a message down just of good faith to help with the other spirits down here. I don't know if that's a thing.
Yeah, it absolutely is a thing. I mean, they're not pigeons necessarily. There are pigeon spirits, but they wouldn't be the best ones. They don't have the best memories, and we don't have notes that we tie to their legs or anything like that. There's not
That'd be cool.
a spiritual equivalent to that. But there are other types of spirits that do the same kind of thing, like spirits of wind, kind of like your patron. But there are other messenger spirits of a sort. And we can speak to the spirits of the stars, and they can pass messages really quick. But yeah, I mean, I can try and put in a good word. The Umbra is weird like that. While we're really far apart, at the same time, we're really close together in the grand scheme of things. So I'm learning that it's actually not that far, although it seems so far. It's very weird.
Yeah. I don't try to understand it. They just
Yeah,
send me
yeah,
in
I'm
if
learning.
they
I'm
need
trying,
me.
but and you know, when you guys get a new Cairn, apparently there's something we can do called a moon bridge that'll make travel like instantaneous, so that we could get from here to there like really quick. But you know that we got to get a Cairn down there for that to happen.
Right.
But that's a possibility, and like there's all these avenues we can do. But yeah, I mean, I can try and explain to them that you were stuck between a storm and a hard place, and that, you know, it was, while it was not necessarily the best advised decision, it was the decision you made, and that your hearts were in the right place, and that I know you, and you will make up for it. You're good for it. You're good for the debt that's owed, because you're, you know, good guru.
We're trying.
I know. And I will help any way I can. I'm glad that you asked, because I've really felt like I can't do much from up here, but whatever I can do, I always will. And I'm really
No,
now
I
hoping I
appreciate
get that call to come down, because I really want to come home. I had to buy a winter coat, and it sucks.
It's good to have in general, though, just in case things get a little nippy.
It's overrated. Gets in the way.
They are big
They're
and
so
bulky
fluffy. Yeah. They're so fluffy. I've stayed in wolf form mostly because I like it, and also fur. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. Well, yeah. Yeah. I'll get right on that. I'll talk to the mentor and see if we can work with it. I mean, we're children of Gaia after all. We've got some good connections among some of the nature spirits. Don't know how much I can do with more of the Weaver spirits. Those are a little bit not our forte, but definitely the wild I can work with. Obviously the worm aren't our strong suit at all. But
Yeah.
you know, we'll at least put in a good word with the wild and go from there.
I'd really appreciate it. That would be a huge help. So you know how one of the biggest reasons we sent you away was because of this, the looming, well, the worm issue that's here, but the leech issue.
Yeah.
We did hit them pretty hard. We ended up cutting off some of their food supply, so they're weaker now. But we have a plan to take out one of their biggest hitters here.
Okay.
So that's coming up. That's why the gifts would be a huge asset for that
Of
coming.
course. Yeah.
So, but yeah, that was kind of the biggest reason. And I haven't talked to you for a little bit, so I wanted to check up and see how you're doing. I'm happy and sorry that you experienced snow. It's
It is good for like 3 days tops. Like, you get over it in easily 3 days. As soon as they tell you to start shoveling, or you have to take a car anywhere, or you have like, you're over it. It's just done. You're done with it. But you know, it was nice to see for the first time. It was cool to throw my first snowball, but now I'm done. I'm done with it. Yep.
absolutely.
Over it.
Yeah. One of the things we say up in the northern areas is it's pretty on the mountains, but if it could stay off the damn roads, that would be great.
That is a perfect way to put it. Yeah. Yeah, it looks great on the rooftops, but get off the ground, please.
Exactly.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh boy. But yeah, I will get right on it. We will start talking and sending good vibes down that way, and we'll try and make good and see if we can get them off your case a little bit, at least for a few days, weeks. Get you through till after whatever the conflict is, and then you know, just make it up to them. You know, do what you do. I know you guys are good for it, and because once that's done, I mean, they're spirits. They understand. They're fickle, and they have grudges, sure, just like people do, and just like Guru do, but they also aren't perfect, and they make mistakes too, and they can be reasoned with. They can be forgiving, and they can be, well, they can be bribed. Don't tell them I said that, but they can totally be bribed.
I hear-
Like they can be
heard
bought
nothing.
off. Like they love gifts. But yeah, like they're just, they want to be happy, just like we want to be happy. They want balance. They want to be happy. When they hurt, just like we hurt, they want to be healed. So that's what we do.
That makes sense. Well, it sounds like you're doing great over there. If you're able to send spirits from there all the way to here, that's huge. Like that's really cool, Terrance. Like I thought it was a long shot, but no, that's great to hear that you're able to do something like that.
Yeah, I mean the Umbra connects all of us. Like it's a big and endless place, but it's also small and interconnected. Like it's so weird how it works. It doesn't make sense, but it all makes sense, and it's the weirdest and wildest but most fascinating and coolest thing that I've ever known. And I can't tell you how grateful to you I am. I've never felt like I've been a part of anything my entire life, and now I feel like I'm a part of everything. And this is my home. I'm home. I'm finally home. I just need to come home to Tampa to be home.
Right. Well, Gaia picked you for a reason. She just more pointed me out to you. But so Gaia, I think she helped point me to the correct one. If you're able to do all these things and you have come such a long way from just now bouncing in between the lupus and the homid form, you're really struggling with that for a long time. But if you are able to maintain it now as your preferred, which is the preferred way to go, I completely understand.
So much better.
It really is.
It makes sense. I don't like Hamid.
No, it's strange, really. It's growing on me a little bit, but no, being the lupus it just feels comfortable. But
Yeah.
Terrance, overall, I'm very proud of you as far as like what you have grown to and the guru you're going to become. I'm really looking forward to hearing all about it.
Thanks, man. It means a lot. And I can't wait to see you and be back to normal. I want to be back to normal. Like this is great, and they've been so great to me here, but it's just not. It's not where I want to be. Not fully. I'm doing a lot of good here, and I'm learning a lot, but it's not. It's not quite right yet. It's almost there.
Yeah.
It's not quite right, but it's soon. I know. I just got to be patient. I can be patient.
And you have been more than patient, and you've done a really, really great job. And the work that you're going to be doing, and you already sound like a theurge. Like you're saying some stuff that's still going over my head. And I've been doing the guru thing longer, but the whole Umbra spirit stuff, I really do. It just doesn't connect.
You know what I've learned more than anything? If you just keep talking, somehow it makes sense. Like everything and nothing, if you just kind of make these contradictory statements, somehow they're still true when you're referring to the Umbra. Like if you say one thing but then say the opposite thing, it's still true when it comes to the Umbra. I don't know why.
Okay, I get that, but talking is not one of my strong suits in general, so I feel like if I say one thing about the Umbra and I say another, they're still both going to be wrong.
Just say weird Umbra shit. You can just refer to it as weird Umbra shit. It's fine.
I'll give that a shot next time it comes up with Eliza and like, oh, the weird Umbra shit. Got it.
Perfect. You got it. Yep.
Okay.
We theurges have come to accept that as the Arun way of dealing with it. It's fine. I hear it all the time up here.
Perfect.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I'm proud of you. You've done great.
Thanks,
and
man.
I know you're gonna keep doing great.
And be careful in that fight, okay? Like if you guys are gonna do this, just be safe and look out for your pack. And I know
That's
you're
planned.
the Arun and you guys got to do the Arun thing, but just be careful.
I try to be. There's that old saying, the 3 parts fool, 1 part brave thing. I really embody that.
I know. And you're going to do the right thing when you have to. I know you are.
Thanks, Terrance. But I look forward to hearing the message from the wind pigeon things.
Yeah, they'll be coming down soon. I'm gonna get right on it after we hang up.
All right. Yeah, you have fun with the snow.
No, don't
you
even
wanna
say that.
send-
It's not fun. Why would
you
you
wanna
curse
send
that
some-
on me?
Well, if you send some this way, Lucas, there's a guy down here. If you just want to have it drop some on him randomly, if that's a thing, that'd be cool too.
Okay,
He has a truck. Yeah, awesome. You're the best.
you got it.
Freaking awesome. All right, Terrance. I look forward to hearing from you, buddy. Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Hang up.
As you hang up with Terrance's words in your mind, what are you thinking?
He's had the conversation with Terrance now about what's to come, but he still couldn't get the words goodbye out. He wanted that. There's still that sense of what the others have told him that maybe there's a chance that he can get out of it. But then the White Wolf E comes into his brain, like it's you or her, and that part just keeps coming to the forefront. But he couldn't get the words goodbye out to him.
With that in mind, we move on to a pack gathering at the new cairn, or at the site of the potential new cairn, where it's time for a celebration. In the clearing, gathered together, we find Aiden, Aspen, Jester, Lucas, Charles, Eliza, and who else have you invited to this celebration, Jester?
Chloe.
Chloe. What time of day are you having this celebration?
This is probably at sunset.
Okay. So as the sun starts to dip on the horizon, still warm, but a night chill is starting to creep over. So everybody has bundled up a little bit as you are now slowly acclimating to being Floridians. Winter's chill is starting to have a little bit of a bite. The scene is yours.
So, starting off, Jester is not dressed like she usually dresses. She's dressed more reminiscent of what she used to dress with like the bohemian. She's wearing a long flowing dress. It's sleeveless, and she's wearing like a little bohemian style jacket over it. Sandals. She has a bag with her. Actually, she has taken this giant fishbowl glass, like that you get at those chain restaurants. Like, she has apparently probably stolen one from somewhere, and she is pouring an entire bottle of wine into it. As everybody else is settling in.
Charles, dressed in his suit, kind of looks around the open clearing. I feel like I'm inappropriately attired for this.
Is this new?
No.
As per usual, yeah.
You are. Yes, you are. But it's okay. It's fine.
Take the jacket off and unbutton a couple to relax.
No.
Okay.
We'll see about that.
Is this a flop house?
No, we're in the middle of the woods.
No.
People don't wear suits in woods either.
You're right, people don't.
Continue pouring the wine.
So, Eliza says, it's been a while. It's good to see y'all. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Great.
I don't believe any of you.
No, it's been terrible. Let's be honest.
I think all things considered, we're all here, we're all together, so there's that.
And that's why we celebrate.
Times like these are precious and important. It's easy to take them for granted, and it's easy to be drawn elsewhere. Have our minds take us elsewhere, to the future, to the past, to locations far, far away. Be present. Be here. Because this moment will soon be gone. And while this place is special, this place could become very familiar to the point that you might get tired of this place one day. This moment will not be. One day, this moment may even be forgotten, replaced by many, many more moments. Good, bad, or otherwise. But while it's here, while it's now, enjoy it. Savor it. Don't let it be forgotten because you skipped over it. Don't let it pass you by because you were absent elsewhere. There is a fight to come. And when it is here, you will be there, fighting it. You will be present then. But that is not now. That is not here. That is not this time. So stop worrying about then. Stop worrying about the apologies that have to be made, the decisions that are to come. Stop worrying about the wounds that still have to heal, just for a moment. There have been so many great victories that you have accomplished, even in facing your consequences for the actions you have taken. Those are victories to be celebrated because they are victories of bravery. You all are so brave for the things you have faced, for the things you have overcome. Look at this past year. We didn't really get to celebrate a New Year's together, but look at what you have done this past year. You stood toe-to-toe with a hurricane. You faced down abominations that have been around for hundreds of years. Evils that are ageless and infinite. You have beaten back forces that Guru, more powerful than you, have been unable to face for a decade, unwilling to face for a decade, and you have stood your ground. You brought back an old woman who was lost to this world. This year is full of victories. And while there have been a few sacrifices, a few losses, I think it was a good year. A successful year. And I look forward to the year ahead, because there are far more victories in your future than defeats. I have already seen victory over Mary. You have already made decisions that are going to guarantee it. Whether it's through your humility, whether it's through your willingness to ask for help, whether it's through your willingness to accept fate. You can do this. But enough of me. Jester, get this celebration started, because I will prattle on endlessly and y'all will be as old as I am by the time I'm finished.
Yeah,
Yeah, careful, Eliza. You sound like a Galliard.
right? She's stealing my thunder. I'll still let her. Anyways, it's actually a great opening. I did want to celebrate being here together, all alive still, in a new year. So, to start with, hold up the giant fishbowl. I think each of us should take a drink and say what. Oh, it doesn't have to be a big drink. Stop looking so grumpy, Charles. And say something that we feel we should celebrate. It could be anything, the things Liza said. It could be something else that's personal to you. I will start. For me, I want to celebrate the fact that I have my pack who pulled me out of the worst hole I have ever been in. All of you, I could hear your voices when I was falling into an empty sea, and you helped pull me out of that. And then the certain grumpy wolf dragged me out of the woods when I was still very close to dying. So I am celebrating the fact that all of you are still here with me, and I am grateful for it. I'll take a drink, and I'll pass it to Aspen.
Okay. Holding the big old bowl. I want to celebrate also all of us being here and being together. And through all of the, well, bullshit that has been this year, there's been a lot of good too. And couldn't have done it without you guys. Also, I want to celebrate that Charles is officially a part of our pack now. And I think that's wonderful. So, to the next year with all of us. And she'll like take a drink and she'll hand it over to Charles because Charles was celebrated.
Charles takes the bowl, looks at it, holds it up, swirls it around, sniffs it, then reaches in, takes a handkerchief, and wipes the rim. I have not had a great deal to celebrate in my life. Birthdays were not something that we celebrated growing up. Holidays were not something that we celebrated growing up. It was always the fight, always the work, always training. So if there is something to celebrate, if there is something that I am thankful for, I am thankful for celebration. I am thankful for the ability to celebrate and the ability to celebrate with all of you in this moment, in this time. The ability not to work, not to fight, not to train, even if only for a moment. And he takes a drink and passes it to Aiden.
Aiden will look towards Aspen and then pick it up. First time having one.
Artie leans over. It tastes like grape juice. It's fine. You're good, buddy. It'll be all right.
Anything special? Did I shake this one a lot?
No,
Also, they-
no joy spray on this one, buddy. You're good.
Thankful for the this past year as far as like the pack. Aspen being our leading hand as far as guiding us through the different bullshit that has happened. And Jester, thank you for dealing with me and watching Princess Bride over and over and over again. That was great. Lucas, thanks for going on shenanigans. Been great. Artie, thanks for being that the older brother that I lost and now found a new one. And Charles, thanks for teaching me how to fight and be a better guru and refine myself. You'll take a drink. Here you go, Lucas. I'll kind of shove it towards him.
There's a lot in here. I've been to like dozens, hundreds, maybe 100 more moots and rites and this, that, and the other when I was growing up. But I can tell you, this here with you guys is my favorite thing. I was just always off to the side and all that shit. But here, I feel like I'm home. And what I really want to celebrate is hope. I don't think we get a lot of that. I know I don't. And for the first time in a long time, I have hope that we're going to do this. And we're going to do it well. And we're going to look good while we're doing it too. Yeah. And I hope that when we screw up again, because we will, I hope that we can all look at each other and say, yeah, we did that together. Or, hey, that's okay that you did that because I got your back. And then he'll take a big old drink and he'll pass it off to Artie.
Artie will accept the bowl, kind of look down into it. Y'all are a bunch of lushes. I'm usually the sappy, sentimental one, so why stop now? I didn't have a family for almost a decade. I was the lone wolf of Tampa. Yeah, Ryder and Eliza were out there, but Eliza was a sad sack, and Ryder was fucking nuts. So, I was kind of by myself, and had to survive by myself. And I would go bum around some moots, and, participate in some of the celebrations that happened there, mostly for the free food and the wine. But I never really felt like I was part of it, and I never really felt the celebration aspect of it all. I wasn't really part of the nation in my mind because I was always going back to Tampa, and Tampa wasn't part of the nation. They tried to convince me to stay, saying they could give me a home, but that was never going to be home to me. Tampa is my home. It's my only home. Leaving would be a betrayal to my home. So even if I had to hide and dodge leeches and survive, that's what I was going to do. Nation or no, I'm not alone anymore. I have love. I have friendship. I have family. And if that's not worth celebrating, what the hell is? What else do you need? So here's to that. And he takes a big drink. And then he passes it over to Eliza. Eliza. Well, I did enough speaking earlier, so I'm just going to drink this thing. And she just takes a drink.
Hell yeah.
So, Jester, if you want to make the roll for the Rite of Celebration.
Sure.
I am gonna take the bowl though and give it to Chloe.
Oh,
That way
Chloe,
Chloe can
that's
be a
right.
part of it.
Yeah.
Chloe, learned a lot about kinfolk and Ghislaine, mostly word of mouth, oral traditions. Heard that it kind of fell out of fad a while back, but I kind of heard that they were always just... They were part of it, but also just kind of the villagers, you know, in the village. To be protected, to be, you know, there to help, to guard, or to scout, or to see, or to be the lookouts, to cook, to clean. I mean, in a way, to serve. You know, whether to help raise the next generation of Guru, or to rear them. You guys have never made me feel like that. I've always felt like part of it. Eliza has always made me feel involved, included. She's taught me like I am Guru. So even if I can't turn 7 feet tall and hairy and claws and teeth, even if I can't talk to spirits or enter the Umbra on my own, I'm still fighting for Gaia, which is all I ever wanted. To fight for Earth. And it's a lot bigger than I thought it was. And I'm going to keep doing it. And that I have the opportunity to do so, even when I thought my life was over. That is what I'm thankful for. She takes a drink.
Yay. Just out of character with the group. Because I have to decide how many we're doing or how many willpower we're hoping to get back. So what are we looking at?
Does anyone have any aggravated willpower or... So 1 aggravated.
You get aggravated or? Okay. So it's like 2 for 1. So we're looking at 2. So this is not going to be a hard difficulty.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
So it's 4, difficulty 4 to get those 2 aggravated removed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Since I have to do all the rage dice, guys, keep in mind. So far I've got 3 successes. 1 is a 10.
Okay.
Second one a 10. So it's a crit with, what's that? 2 plus 4, 6, 8 successes.
Okay.
No ones, no twos. Thank God.
Okay, so as the rite completes, the 2 aggravated damage are removed. You are restored back to completely clean slates on your willpower.
I'll show like my hand into like little like folding table I brought. There's also food. We should eat and hang out and honestly discuss what if we want to go through with this.
I want to kind of like motion at Jester and Aiden and then open up my bag and then point to a wrapped up piece of something.
I'll nod.
I'll reach in the bag and pull out a large object wrapped in hide, and I'll turn and look at Aiden. The rune should give this because of what it is, right? I mean, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's I can do that.
I'll
He'll walk up.
go ahead.
As I say, he walks up and grabs it with his hands.
Yeah, I'll walk to step behind him and make sure Lucas is along with us.
He'll walk up towards Aspen. Then he'll look to Jester and Lucas, and then he'll drop down to one knee and present the sword.
Charles says, I have no knowledge of this, so if it's terrible, I do not want part of the blame.
Fair enough, Charles. And she'll grab it from
Oh.
Aiden.
I'll be kneeling too.
Me too.
This feels very uncomfortable, but it's fine. Thank you. She'll just grab it and unwrap it.
So, we graciously give you this gift as our SEP leader and pack leader. We believe that you, of all people, need and deserve such a beautiful piece. And if you'd like to know how it was made, you'll kind of like elbow Lucas. You can take it from here.
So I'm not going to bore you with stories, but clave making is old, and even the first claves weren't made out of silver, but they were eventually turned into weapons of war. But often, claves can be symbols of honor and leadership and ability and power. And so we took the weapons that our enemies brought against us and we rendered them down and we reforged them into a symbol for you. I did the castings. The handle is wood gathered from here by Aiden, and the artwork was done by Jester.
And Artie.
And Artie.
Yeah,
And
I was part of it too.
why aren't you over here?
Well, fucking, I didn't know we were doing this thing
Yeah.
now.
Get over here and kneel down. Damn it, God.
Rushes over and kneels down and
I've only ever forged one clave ever, this one. So, but I've seen them made, and something happened while we were making this one. And I think there might be just a little something special. So we present to you the clave of the Evening Star for our Evening Star.
It's beautiful. Thank you, guys.
Charles then speaks up. I regret what I just said.
Yeah, you're gonna eat those words.
I very much do.
Mm-hmm.
He had no part in it at all.
None.
I drove.
Well, thank you, Charles. Thank you, everyone. It's really beautiful. I really appreciate it.
Practice starts at 5 a.m.
Well, as I was
5.
about to say,
Sharp.
This is not something I think I'll use myself. But I think it's a good start to this place. Then she'll go to like the tree that's like towards the center of the clearing. And she will kind of like hold it up and kind of like adjust it and like look to everyone else. What do you think? Here?
I like it.
Yeah.
We'll put it up later. I think it'll be a good reminder for all of us. And plus, something that beautiful deserves to be displayed. And not covered in blood and ichor. It wouldn't be anyways, because I would probably be no good with it, but
It's true.
either way.
It's true. Yeah, but we'll get to that later.
Aspen, roll me a wits and awareness.
One.
You're not sure, because you don't get a clear view of it. But you think, out of the corner of your eyes, at the edge of the clearing, for just a split second, you see a white wolf sitting on the edge of the clearing. But as you go to look, it's gone.
I'll just kind of take a deep breath. Hold the clave, turn back around. Well, this is wonderful, but I don't want all the attention on me, so we should change the subject.
Food?
Food.
Food's good.
Already, I bet I can eat more than you.
That.
All right, let's do it.
I had that stuff I'm not supposed to share with you before this. I pre-gamed, so it's on.
Oh,
That's
you're
cheating. You can't do that.
screwed.
I started the
that's not-
celebration early.
It's not cheating. It grew out of Gaia. It's not cheating.
That's right. That's why I tried to tell Aspen. She told me I still couldn't share.
She's a lawyer. Don't tell her those things.
Well, if the bill had passed this year, she wouldn't have had shit to say.
Fair. Yeah.
I'm still not gonna let you give it to Aiden.
He's an adult, technically. Looking.
I'm
adult
4.
looking.
He doesn't need it. He's fine.
That's fair. So, does everybody still want to be a part of the Caern? This Caern and go through with it?
I will be forthcoming with y'all, Eliza says. What I've told y'all is true. There is no backing out when it's done. Once you make this commitment, it is eternal. Whatever happens, you will see the end, whenever that end comes. Whether it's the apocalypse that they claim is nigh, or whether it's what we all hope, a long, long, long time from now. But the wonderful positive of it all, the less doom and gloom, is that you will be together. And there will be others, those that came before. The first. You will hear stories and songs from long, long, long ago. And one day, Gaia willing, others may join you. Because it is a rite that can be repeated. Others can be added, but only at the same time of the year, the first new moon. So it's not too late if you wish to wait. I know it is a big decision, but I will be telling you, this new moon, I will be making this decision. Because the way must be opened now.
Aspen,
Yes.
can you make me a promise as the sept leader?
I am an oath breaker. You remember that?
That's very specifically why I'm asking you.
Yes.
I want this for sure. But if we turn this place into a place for everybody, I need a promise that it is all aspects of Gaia. That we make a home for the wild, then a look at Artie for the weaver and the worm. And I know that's an uncomfortable thing to hear. But we can't ignore one side because it makes us uncomfortable anymore.
You know that goes against the first tenet of the litany, don't you?
I mean, maybe the litany's wrong. Maybe that's the problem.
I know what you want to hear from me. You want me to make that promise. But I can't make that promise for everyone. I can't. It's not just my choice to make. And also, that's a big ask, Lucas.
Would you make the one exception for me?
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
But I don't want to. I don't know. I've been talking to Eliza and trying to figure some shit out about myself and why I can't hear thunder. And it may be that there's something attached to me. Something that's not Weaver or Wild. And so I don't want to say yes to this and become a part of it and fuck it up for all of you.
Maybe or definitely.
Well, I don't exactly know because whatever it is that attached to me, it's not corrupted, but it is definitely worm.
Gonna furrow her brow and look over to Eliza.
When I first met Lucas, I did detect a presence. I observed his movements. I wanted to investigate further. I am not a witch hunter. I do not go declaring things without further information. It is not the Stargazer way. In my observations of Lucas, I did not see ill intent or behavior befitting corruption. He's not wrong. There is balance in the Weaver, the Worm, and the Wild. The Triad exists for a reason. It is part of Gaia. This attachment of his does give the feeling of the worm. It does give the essence of the worm, but it does not give the tainted, corrupted version of the worm that I have felt before, the ones that we deal with constantly. I do not feel that this one is connected to the outside forces of the worm. Therefore, it has not been deemed a threat to you or anyone else. But I also did not feel it was my place to say. Lucas had to say. And I am glad he finally had the nerve to do so. I also offered him some options to deal with this particular issue. If you wish to discuss those options, Lucas.
Aiden, that night when the guard pulled up and we were screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it helped us.
So wait. So this isn't something you just discovered with Eliza. You've been talking to it.
As long as I can remember, it's been around me.
So a worm's been around all of our conversations during a very important meeting that we're having. It's just been there?
No. It's like any other spirit. It comes and it goes. It particularly did not like being near the memorial gardens, I'll tell you that.
Lucas, you have to be very, very honest with me. And I'm only going to ask once. So please, for all of our sakes, be honest. Has this spirit ever had any potential of hurting you, of hurting us, of hurting Gaia, or hurting other spirits in any way?
It's never hurt me. And it's never had much of an interest in you guys. I mean, like any other spirit, it needs energy. So areas of death and misery, it's fed off of at time. So, no, I guess is the answer to your question.
I don't want an I guess. I want a yes or no to all of it.
Well, the answer would be no, because I've never seen it do anything that you're describing. What we think is that it's the reason why I can't hear thunder. Because it has itself attached to me. Now, I still feel thunder. His blessings, his gifts, all that stuff. But if that door swings both ways, then the reason it's not corrupted is because of me.
Eliza, with your interactions with Lucas and I'm not saying you interacted with it much, or if at all, have you taken any inkling that it could be a harm to us, to Gaia, to the spirits, or to Lucas himself?
In its current formation, in its current state, I do not see it as harmful. Is there a potential for harm? Always. Spirits have great potential unknown to us, always. They can never be fully understood. Potential spirits grow, they evolve. They can do amazing and terrible things. This case of spirit is unlike any that I have seen before. But that isn't necessarily a terrible thing. What Lucas has stated is what I have observed. What it is doing seems to be also what is being done to it. It is blocked off as it is blocking. And it is doing what the worm spirit does. It dissolves, decays. It is feeding off of what is dying or dead, for it to be born again, to be returned to the spirit wilds, to grow again. I don't know with all certainty what could come of that. The worm was corrupted once because it got out of balance. Because, and there are many, many theories as to why. Some blame the weaver, some blame the wild, some blame the worm only, some blame humans. Whatever ecosystem Lucas and this worm spirit have seems to be working for them now. Will that always be the case? I cannot say. But I do not observe any harm to you, to him, or to any spirits other than those that have already experienced decay or death.
Yeah.
Then we will do this as we always do. Lucas. We're going to do this as we always do. And you have to
Together.
accept what we decide.
Yeah. I wouldn't have brought it up now.
If I may, before a decision is reached, I believe the solutions should also be offered so that the full variety of possibilities is on the table, so that you are making decisions with a clear mind and full knowledge.
Fine. I will say, I think it's, in my opinion, completely unfair, seeing as how Jester had to get rid of her boyfriend, that we've had to deal with worm situations before, and we've had to make hard decisions about them. So I will say I am against it as of now, but you're free to speak of what your solutions are.
Well, one of the solutions is removing the worm taint altogether, the worm presence. I could sever the connection between the two of them, which will allow him to hear thunder once more, full and clear. However, the downside to this is the worm spirit will be reconnected to the worm once more. It will undoubtedly eventually be corrupted by that spirit, and it will most likely grow to be a threat. Now, another possibility is, once severed, I could destroy it after severing it immediately. It is small enough in its current state that I could destroy it. I have the strength to do so currently, and the ritual would not be too draining to stop me from being able to do so. Another possibility is to let it remain, hoping that the bond that the two of them have keeps it in check. It seems to have done so his entire life so far. And in his, how old are you, Lucas?
23.
23 years. If it hasn't happened yet, it's unlikely to happen. And the final possibility is a transference.
What do you mean?
I was hesitant to suggest this, but Lucas is young. A young guru full of potential, who has a lot more to offer, and has been dealt a very bad stack of cards as a guru, and deserves an opportunity to do what he is capable of doing, free and clear. I have done my time. My patron and I are on an understanding.
No.
All right. It was an option. I said I would lay out all the options.
I appreciate it, Eliza, but if it needs to go, it's not going to transfer to somebody else regardless. And I understand you're strong and you have great
Well,
capabilities with spirits, but no.
as I said, all the options are on the table. But that is where we stand currently. Now you may, as you wish, discuss.
Lucas,
Yes.
regardless of what we decide, you're here to stay if you wish it. I just want you to know that.
Thank you.
I would never push you out for this situation, ever.
Regardless of whether I stay or not, I need you to understand this. That's my oldest friend. No matter what it is, it was always with me. When they kicked me out of Chicago, it was still there. When I was wandering alone, it was still there. And
I
it followed me
understand.
here.
I understand. And I get that, and I understand it's hard, but you also have to understand we've all had to sacrifice. We've all lost something. And I'm not making a final decision, I'm just giving you my opinion. Aiden lost his brother. Artie lost his brother. I lost somebody very close to me. Eliza's lost a son. Jester's lost enough. Chloe's lost friends.
So is that the cost of my ticket? Because maybe it's time we stop losing.
Not the cost of your ticket. If it was up to me, none of us would have to lose anything ever again. But if this could be a potential for hurting all of us, that's not a chance I can take.
That's why I brought it up.
I appreciate it, and I know that was hard. I really wish you would have brought it up sooner. But I understand. Now, I think I would like to start with Charles.
I could speak about the hypocrisy of charging into my home, accusing me of working with vampires. I don't understand spirits. That's not what I was created to do. I don't trust stargazers. That's also not what I was created to do. So while Eliza claims that it is not harmful, what I was created to do was to destroy servants of the worm. It is the first tenet. I do not believe Lucas is a servant of the worm. But I cannot, in good conscience, believe whatever this thing is that is attached to him won't have an influence on him. Hasn't had an influence on him. In times past, I wouldn't have hesitated. But you were all teaching me new methods. So my vote, whatever it may be, sever and destroy.
Thank you, Charles. Artie?
Oh, fuck me. If it's going to attach itself to anything, it makes sense. It's a Ragabash. But you know what? Maybe that's not a bad thing. Strategically, I see an advantage here. If you want to beat your enemy, you have to think like your enemy, right? We have the mind of the enemy, and it can only talk to one of us, supposedly. Now, it may be a dumbass because it's not connected to the hive brain, so it might be worthless. But also, it could know things. And it also could be a threat. But if Lucas is willing to be forthcoming about it, now that he has confessed, and if he's willing to pass along information a little more clearly and keep us up to date on it, maybe it can be an asset. And if it becomes a problem, sever and destroy is always on the table. Doesn't sound like this is a one-time deal. Doesn't seem like it's something that we have to deal with right this second. So, my offer, and it kind of comes with an addendum on this one, is yes, keep it. But my condition, you have to hold off on this first rite with the Caern. It's not an outcast thing. It's until we can have some time to check out this thing with full knowledge of what it is, what it does, gives us time to study. And next year, when the new moon comes around, we'll reconsider. If it's not a threat, if it hasn't posed itself to be a problem, then hey, I'm all for it. Bring it in. Bring you in. I would have happily welcomed you in now. Just want to make sure this thing's on the level, because balance is balance. Ragabashes understand that. We need all of it for it to work. But if this thing is a threat, what could it do to whatever this is? If it gets in there, is it going to start chewing up the scenery and cause a problem? I don't know. None of us know. I bet even Eliza doesn't know for sure what it does. So it's a big risk to take. I mean, this is supposedly like a pure Gaia spot. So what are we doing, you know? Do we want to experiment with it right away and potentially spoil our resting place forever when we just signed up? That's my only concern. If you're going to keep it, we got to observe for a while. If you're going to sever, come on in. But I'm okay with either way. Because, Lucas, whatever our differences are, I appreciate the balance you and I have as Ragabashes in this pack. We need each other. Because you do the dirty shit that I don't mess my hands with. But I think that we balance the scales of each other and we need that. So that's my thoughts.
Aiden.
One of the first things that was taught to me was the first tenant. That's one that my memory's not great, but that's one that sticks out. So as far as what Charles is saying, I agree. Artie does bring up good points as far as a tactical standpoint. Lucas, you said that you can't hear thunder anymore. Were you able to hear him prior? Like, have you ever heard him?
No.
Would you like to?
I don't know if I, in good conscience, can sacrifice it to just hear him. I know Thunder's with me, but is it worth it just to hear him? I don't think it is.
From just personal experience, the guidance that your patron gives does speak loudly. But if you've never heard it, I understand. But my mind is of the side, and this is nothing against you, Lucas. I admire you as the person you are. I love doing things with you. But I'm with Charles. Get the thing off and kill it.
Jester.
I have a lot of questions. Some I don't think have answers yet. Like, what happens when Lucas dies? And is the connection severed and does it go back to the worm anyway? Like Artie said, what happens if like he does bond with here and he dies? Does it stay here? And like, does it slowly corrupt this Caern? But I guess this one is definitely for Lucas. By keeping this bond, what do you hope to accomplish with it?
A lot like what Artie said. I've talked to it my entire life. In my entire life, I've tried to drive it towards something better. And I've made some progress with it. I'm not the most convincing, charismatic person out there. I think all of you know that. But I've tried to drive it towards what its true purpose is as a worm spirit. And I'm going to keep doing that if I'm given the opportunity. And if it chooses to help, or I can convince it to help, I'll also take that information and use it against the real enemies.
Okay.
Jester, I'll tell you, it wanted that piece of the clave real bad. Begged me for it, and it was very upset that I didn't give it to it. That's why I looked uncomfortable the other day.
It's good to know. At least you're an asshole to all your friends.
Big facts.
Well, if anything, that proves that it does not have mental control over Lucas, or else it would have never even come up in the first place.
Right. Leon wasn't fully worm. He was still human, but I mean, his mind was pretty twisted. This thing is fully worm, but at the same time, my mind goes back to those stories of hope, of changing an enemy to something better, redemption. And we're not in, when I say we, I mean Garu aren't exactly in the best position in this war, and keep fighting and killing over and over and over. We're still losing. Maybe this is something we could look into on a way that we could change it. If the balance does need to be restored, this might be an opportunity to find out how. So I'm going to agree with Artie on all the stipulations. I think we shouldn't outright kill it. We should completely learn more about it, but hold off on Lucas bonding with the Caern if we all decide to do that for now. And once again, like what Artie said, this isn't me trying to keep you out. This is, I want to protect everybody I love.
No offense taken.
I have another stipulation. No hiding of it, anything about what happens with this spirit. We need to know. Aspen needs to know.
But I would make a suggestion that any time I get paired up with anybody in the pack, they bring the spirit goggles with them. That
That's a good.
provides some pretty decent transparency
That
if
is
we decide to go that route.
right.
I know when it's around, but you guys don't. So
It's fair,
Aiden.
but also you talk to us
yeah,
about it. Okay. So I'm gonna go with Artie on the same stipulations.
Aiden, you had something to say.
Yeah, Eliza, correct me if I'm wrong, but we need there's a limited number, like there's a certain number to actually do this right. If Lucas is out, we no longer have those numbers to do this game. We all have to wait a whole year, right?
Not exactly. I have been studying, and it is possible to do it even with just one.
Okay.
Then my last question is to Lucas. If it came down to it right now, who would you pick? Us or it?
you. And then I'd need y'all to give me some time.
You believe that?
Yeah. I do. I would pick you guys. But it would not. I mean, just like you gave Jester the space, I'd need the same thing.
I understand. Being leader over this almost year, I've come to a few conclusions, few lessons that I've learned. The moment we shut one of each other out, the moment we put the suffering on one of us, the rest of us struggle every time, and we lose. And I know I've made the mistakes, And I know I've made bad decisions. But I've always kept us together. And I can't, Lucas, let you go a year without us. I can't. I won't. But I also don't trust that thing. I'm giving you an opportunity to be here with us, with that thing. But the moment it hurts this Caern, the moment it even points, it even suggests that that's an option. To hurt one of us, to hurt our Caern, to hurt our opportunities, to hurt anything that we're doing here. You will sever it, and you will kill it.
Okay, deal.
I know you're not big on the litany, but I need that oath from you, to all of us.
There's parts of it that I'm fine with. Okay. Then I will make the blood oath. That if I feel that its judgment is manipulating this pack or attempting to harm this Cairn, after I inform my pack that that is happening, that I will willingly submit to severance. And this is not me being Shadow Lordy. If the severance works, because we don't even know if it will, if it does, then I will participate in destroying the spirit.
I don't know much about spirits, but from what I've learned from Eliza, spirits can still be taken care of even if they have a connection to a certain place. We saw that happen with Grandmother Willow.
As I said, this is a very unique situation, but I do believe it can be done.
I won't let you wait. You're part of our pack. If we do this together.
Like I said, that's why I brought it up now, because I'm not going to keep these secrets anymore. So,
No more secrets.
maybe little ones, like claves.
That was a surprise. And secrets aren't.
Same
Not all
thing.
secrets are bad.
Being a shit. Because he's uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's what I do. You know that.
How about no more?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I say, how about no more secrets that would harm the pack or the sept?
I would have never let it harm the pack of the set to begin with, but I understand the point and the sentiment. Loud and clear, yes, I understand.
With a rather large secret out in the open, there is cause to celebrate. It might not feel like it to everyone at the moment, but there is cause to celebrate. Because it's these confessions, these secrets being revealed that bring us closer together. Forgiveness brings us closer together. Understanding, honesty brings us closer together. Brings all things into balance. To hurt and to be hurt. To heal and to be healed. Those are things to be celebrated. And that is where our story comes to a close, but not without one final scene. We cut to the deck of a boat out at sea, bobbing on the waves. We hear the sound of a helicopter up above as it comes to land on the boat. As it does so, the side of the helicopter opens, and a young woman climbs out of the side of the helicopter, Mia Nguyen. In her hand, she carries a large cooler. As she does so, she strides across the deck of the boat to be greeted by a large, muscular man who looks like a brick shithouse, who says nothing and nods, accepting the cooler. Mia then turns and strides back to the helicopter, climbing in, shutting the door, and the helicopter takes off into the sky. The man turns and goes below deck. He strides through the corridors until he enters into a private room where we see Bloody Mary, the stocky, curly-haired woman, sitting. He sets the cooler in front of her. She slides it open, and inside are several pouches full of red, viscous fluid. And as she pulls them out, on the pouches are little symbols. One pouch that is removed has a rose printed on it. Another pouch that is removed has a cracked mirror printed on it. She checks over each pouch, and as she does so, she smiles before placing them back and closing the cooler. Just in case. She puts the cooler off to the side. And that's where our scene and our story for the evening comes to a close. Thank you so much to these incredible players. Thank you so much to everyone who stuck with us through this entire episode. I know it was a super, super long episode tonight, but we had a lot to wrap up because next week is the season 2 finale. It is the battle with Bloody Mary. It all comes down to this. It's the same early start time of 9 p.m. Eastern right here on Twitch. Come join us because this pack is throwing everything they've got at Bloody Mary, one of the biggest threats St. Pete by Night has had since the very beginning. It all comes to a head next week, so please come back and join us. But thank you so much for watching. If you want to be a part of our community, come join us down below and follow us on all the social media that still exists for as long as it exists. And come join our community on Discord. The link is down below. But for these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time. Good night, everybody.
This has been a St. Petersburg by Night production. Reach Across Tampa is produced in agreement with World of Darkness and Dark Pact. The storyteller for Rage Across Tampa is Kent. Tonight's characters were voiced by Preston, Cham, Noree, and Walks. Visit our website at stpbynight.com for more information about all of our productions and how you can become part of our community. Thank you for listening. Until next time, fangs, stakes, and claws out.